microphone. When he's not on the microphone, he's playing a song. And when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
It is not Carmichael Dave, and it is not Jason Ross. It is one Alan Stiles, and it will be Alan Stiles today and all of next week. Don't blame me. Blame your boys, Dave and Jason. They are both enjoying some much-deserved time off. And if you listen to the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. show, that is also me, Stiles and Watkins. We have our show every day, but they're splitting this up. Okay, they want the talent all throughout the station, all throughout the day, so that's what we're doing. We have myself from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m., and Chris Watkins holding it down during our normal slot from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. So again, not on me. I will continue to remind everybody throughout the week, because I know everybody is hopping in and listening at different times, especially on a Friday. Some people have Friday off. Some people are getting paid. Some people are feeling real good, and that's how I am as well. Simone, how are you doing?
Good morning. I'm doing so great.
Great.
This is lovely to hear your voice at this hour.
So you wanted to ask me some questions about the logistics?
Yeah, well, I mean, I think a lot of listeners are wondering, is this your first time doing the morning show?
Yes. This is the first time a lot of morning listeners will hear me talk about stuff other than celebrity birthdays and Friday Fun and Games, which we are still doing, by the way. We will still have celebrity birthdays towards the end of the show and Friday Fun and Games, where I will reunite every day during that crosstalk with my normal partner, Chris Watkins, and whoever he is rocking out with today. That will be Brendan Nunez, and they have a great show for you as well. But yeah, it was all good. Again, you know Simone, but for those who don't know, I have a 15-month-old kiddo, so this is really about an hour difference, hour and a half difference. This is not too different. I was talking to you before the show started, and I asked you, "Hey, Simone, do you drink coffee? Because I noticed you didn't have anything. Yeah. It's really early start." You said, "No, I don't do that. I don't drink coffee. Yeah. Sometimes I'll drink tea." And in my mind, I didn't say this out loud. I said, "That used to be me. That used to be me. Coffee with special occasions, and now it's just kind of part of the deal."
You whipped up the coffee already?
Oh, no. I had to go to the SB. I had to go to the SB nice and early to get the juices flowing, and we have a lot of juices flowing for you today. Of course, we still have some of your favorites that we cannot move off of, like we talked about celebrity birthdays, Friday Fun and Games. We also will still do who's hot, who's not, but that's in a couple hours. We got plenty of time to go. We also will be joined. Look, I'm doing something very special for this crew, because whenever I come in during crosstalk, there's always some drama going on, all right, with the Raider fans and Dave. So what am I doing for you to ingratiate myself with the morning crew on a Friday with everybody feeling good? Your boy Q will be joining us from Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, and ESPN Las Vegas. That's at 7:30, okay? That's at 7:30. If you want your Raiders fix, that's what we have for you. Then, an hour later at 8:30, we have my guy, Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. He will join us to talk all things Niners training camp and Brock Purdy and the interceptions and Brandon Aiyuk, what happens there. The take that wasn't a take by Colin Cowherd. Keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. And there were some aggregators out there that said the deal is done. What a mess. What a complete mess. So
but the DAP was solid.
The DAP was solid. The DAP was solid. Chris and I on our show, we were breaking down, did that look like a going away DAP or a I'm here to stay DAP? And I said out loud, Simone, I can't believe we're doing this. This is where we're at. This is where we're at.
DAPs.
Breaking down DAPs. We need to get somebody, a body language expert in here or something to figure it out. But the curious case of Brandon Aiyuk, where everybody thought that means he's staying, and Brad of SF Niners, who is a regular on our show and has a pretty good relationship with Brandon Aiyuk, then Brad after Colin Cowherd post comes out, Brad, he posts a sad face. He posts a sad face, and then we're thinking, well, what's that mean? Brad really knows Brandon Aiyuk. Is it a sad face because he's getting traded? And all these people are just losing it. Half of the fan base thinks that the deal is done. The other half thinks that he's headed to Pittsburgh or wherever. So a Friday news dump, Simone, let's just do this right here, right now.
Yeah.
Do you think it ends today?
I thought it was going to end yesterday.
I'm asking you, do you think it ends today?
Yeah, it's going to be absolutely a 6 or 7 o'clock
Yeah.
dump.
I think Chris Watkins will get it. I think the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. show will get it, and they will really enjoy that. But the good thing is,
this is Drive Guys written all
probably
over it.
either way, I get it again on Monday, so I'm definitely into that. So we will break all of that down for you. The Hall of Fame game, how much did you watch? And we're not judging whether you did or not. We do have some sound from the first dynamic kickoff. That is part of our leading off segment. When we get back in a second here, we have Shams and what he has to say about DeMar DeRozan, and just really an interesting quote because it talks about how DeMar DeRozan, Mike Miller, who is NBA champion with the Heat and is now an NBA agent, he thinks DeRozan could have made a lot more money when you look at some of the extensions that these guys are getting. And we give the case on DeMar DeRozan in the Hall of Fame. I was reading a Forbes article from back in March after DeMar DeRozan hit. I think it was a game-tying shot to go to overtime, and obviously we know he has that clutch gene. So we compare him to everybody who's ahead of him, and we break all of that down. And we also ask a question that could be a little bit uncomfortable. Are the Kings stuck? Okay, are the Kings stuck where they are? You had Jason Ross from this very show talk to Monty McNair, and he said, well, we're going to go in with this core. The question is that the right decision? But you're already upgrading one position, according to us Kings fans. A lot of other people don't think they're upgrading the position, but you're already upgrading one position. Can you really afford to upgrade 2 positions and the whole starting lineup going into another season? I'll tell you why you should be able to do that and why you shouldn't be afraid. But I wanted to go here, Simone. And we're calling this, I thought of this yesterday, okay?
Uh-oh.
This is the shot of Stiles espresso. All right? And this is going to wake you up in the morning, okay? We're going to try to do this as long as there's a story that's worth it. We're going to try to do this every day while I'm filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. And again, if you are just getting into your car, shout out to the early morning wakers. Shout out to everybody who has to get up early in the morning and do their thing to make that bread. Shout out to you. Shout out if you have a little one who's got you up in the morning right now. And thank you for rocking with me. Again, I'm Alan Stiles of Stiles and Watkins, filling in for your guys who just had to both take a vacation at the same time, Jason Ross and Carmichael Dave. But here we go with the shot of Stiles espresso, Simone. I asked the question, when will the De'Aaron Fox disrespect stop? And maybe I have on purple lenses here, but I'm looking at the odds for MVP, and I get it. And maybe his odds were higher last season. I'd have to check. And I get it. You added DeMar DeRozan. He's another scorer. We already know they've both dropped in the clutch player award odds, right? Because a lot of people think they're going to take shots away from each other. But some of these names in front of De'Aaron Fox, they're just a little bit disrespectful. Not all, okay? And I'm going to read them through, and we'll see what you think is disrespectful, what you think isn't disrespectful, okay? And obviously, you have different odds from different sites, so everybody's odds are different, or some do match, some do not. Best odds, Nikola Jokic. Second best odds, Luka Doncic. Then you have Shea, you have Joel Embiid, you have Giannis, you have Anthony Edwards. I have no problem so far. Jalen Brunson, still no problems. Victor Wembanyama in the top 10. We know who he is. I'm not going to pretend like Victor Wembanyama isn't that guy. He is an alien. We know he is one of one. Next, you have Jason Tatum. Again, don't really have any problems. But then I see this next name. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Coming in at number 10. And I have been on record talking about how this person, when he gets back into the fold, his team will be a problem. And that's a problem for the Western Conference. I get it. But between this team being ranked higher than the Kings and now this guy being 11 slots higher than De'Aaron Fox, The Ja Morant stuff, it's a little much. It's a little much. He is top 10 in MVP odds, and I know he's that guy, all right? I know he's a couple years younger. Chris and I actually did a player A or player B comparison last week. I know Ja's a bad man, but the dude can't shoot, okay? Lately, he can't stay on the floor. Some of that is injury. Some of that is not. And he's got the top 10 best odds. I know some of this is money-driven, and we get all that. But the Grizzlies are supposedly better than the Kings. They come in at number 13, and the Kings were 14, 15 on a lot of people's power rankings. And now you have Ja Morant coming in with the 10th best odds for MVP. I got a problem with that. Okay? Let's continue. You have Steph Curry after that. That's a grandfathered in situation. I can't disrespect that. Same with Kevin Durant, who's next. Zion Williamson. I mean,
getting crazy.
You also could just flush your money down the toilet. That's also another option.
Wow.
You don't have to do that, right? But fine. We get that as well. Or some people do. Next, you have Devin Booker, which is weird to me to have Kevin Durant and Devin Booker so close together. I guess Devin Booker, you put up 70 in a game, and you're always just going to have those random odds. It does help that these guys are playing with Team USA. We get that as well. After that, I have a problem with this, but I guess based on usage, I get it. Donovan Mitchell. Donovan Mitchell comes in at about number 15, 16 in best odds to win MVP. I don't think that Donovan Mitchell is better than De'Aaron Fox, but I do think that his usage is higher than De'Aaron Fox. He is a chucker, and that's what he does. But those two guys, some of the other guys, I mean, if you, again, after Donovan Mitchell, you have Kawhi Leonard. I get it, but I also wouldn't touch it. Anthony Davis, same idea. Then you have Tyrese Halliburton. You know what? It's a Friday and we're trying to feel good. All I'm gonna say is that it's usage. All right. It's just the usage. So I'm not gonna take that as the same type of disrespect. Jaylen Brown next, then LeBron James at number 20. And after number 20, LeBron James, you have one De'Aaron Fox. He is one slot better than Damian Lillard, who I believe is 34 or 35 years old. And then you have a random flyer on Derek White. So De'Aaron Fox is two slots better than Derek White and Domantas Sabonis. And really, there's only one outlet even offering Derek White. You have Domantas Sabonis after that. So De'Aaron Fox and Sabonis basically in the same spot. But the disrespect, it has to stop, man. It has to stop. And I really do hope that DeMar DeRozan is exactly who the Kings need, because De'Aaron Fox, he is a sleeping giant, and really the Ja Morant thing at top 10, that's a little crazy. That's a little ridiculous. But as they say when you're talking about owners and these players, Simone, it ain't my money. Coming up next, that was Shot of Stiles Espresso. Coming up next, we got leading off. This is the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
I'm not walking over there before I get my coffee.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At Progressive, we know money can't buy you happiness. But money did help you buy an RV, which means an excuse from working Saturday with your insufferable coworker, Dave. So money is helping you listen to birds chirp instead of Dave chirping about how his toddler is fluent in 3 languages. And it's also why you'll be smelling pine trees in the air, not Dave's tuna melt reheating in a microwave. So save money by bundling your RV or boat insurance with home or auto from Progressive and buy more happiness, or something close to it. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Let's do it. Leading off, the 3 top stories in the morning.
Huge news. This is very important.
Here's cut number 1.
5 seconds. Let's just watch this first one and see what happens. Yeah, let's enjoy this one. We're hoping for a lot of these by the time the night's over. But you never know in these preseason games. This one will be returned by Sims. And he's out to the 26, and that is it.
So that was the first dynamic kickoff in the history of the NFL during the Hall of Fame game, okay, with the Texans and the Bears. By the way, Pat from KNCI, I ran into him earlier in the morning, and he tells me, he says, oh, man, what happened in that third quarter? And I need to ask Pat who he's a fan of, which team he's a fan of. He says, oh, man, Alan, what happened in that third quarter of the Hall of Fame game? Pat, you made it to the third quarter. You should get a medal.
Nobody got time for that.
You made it to the third quarter of the Hall of Fame game. That is wildly impressive. But a lot of people, Simone, were going off about the first dynamic kickoff.
Yeah.
A lot of people said it essentially looked like a running play.
Yeah.
I had some people, Niner fans, very excited if Debo does return these. A lot of people were excited that Debo will be able to get loose and score on some of them. Some people were saying make football great again. They want football back to where it used to be. What were your thoughts when you saw it?
I didn't get to watch it.
Okay.
I'm watching the Olympics.
Yeah, that's
dude.
true.
I'm sorry to destroy this segment
like
and
I
this
said,
leading off, but
wasn't,
I'm not taking it on. We're not ready.
There's no, the whole idea, and we have the sound here to explain it for those who aren't aware, but everybody is super close together, so you can't create that speed factor, right? So the collisions aren't as ridiculous. Simone, let's play the sound of it being explained.
Teams kick off from the 35. The 10 players in the kicking team start at the opponent's 40. At least 9 receiving team players must be in the setup zone between their own 30 and 35. Play begins when the ball's touched or hits the ground in the end zone or landing zone, the area between the receiving team's goal line and the 20. Touchbacks that land in the end zone are brought out to the 30. Touchbacks that roll into the end zone from the landing zone are brought out to the 20. You got all that?
Wow.
So there it is. There it is. And 916-339-1140. Again, if you're just now joining us, Alan South filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. From Friday to Friday. So today, all throughout next week. And what you will learn about me is I am big on my beloved text line. So texters are very welcome. Of course, callers are welcome. And what is it called, Simone, in the morning show? The chat, what is it called? The chat mob or what? What is it?
Yeah.
The chat mob.
A little deviation from
okay,
Sack
yeah,
Chat.
we call it Sack Chat during the midday, but chat mob, we're rocking with you as well. And we will read all of those comments. If you're funny, we definitely will read those. But yeah, a lot of people weren't thrilled with it. I didn't have a problem with it. I saw some people say, well, I like when our athletes are healthy, so I don't have a problem with it. I wouldn't even call that contrarian take. That's just the take that it's the obvious take, but a lot of people do miss, right, in the days of, you have Devin Hester going into the Hall of Fame and the day back in the day when you had guys just getting cracked. Some people are going to miss that, but it probably is better for the longevity of the game, but it was a bit weird looking to initially watch, but we'll see. I mean, if people think that Debo can get loose, that means a couple players will be able to get loose. Okay, Simone, what's next on leading off?
Cut number 2.
James lost it. Davis saves it. Durant shoots it. Durant scores it.
Look at him looking at the bench.
USA versus Puerto Rico Saturday at 8:15. That if you're up right now, 8:15, that's nothing. So the whole storyline is, Simone, it's not whether or not USA will win. It's who will everybody be mad for not playing or mad that they weren't playing after this game. Steve Kerr has to, handle that, even though he's done a great job as far as a score is concerned, but real ball knowers know that Jason Tatum deserves to play. I didn't hear as much complaining about Joel Embiid, and Joel Embiid, he's one of these guys, man. I think he is necessary in the league. He just has to win more, and I think his villainness will be more accepted. Speaking of, Joel Embiid was booed by France, and if you were wondering, if you saw that and you were curious as to why Joel Embiid was booed by France, it's because he chose to play with the U.S. He is connected to, he was from Cameroon, right? So he could have played with a bunch of different places, and he chose to play with U.S.
I wonder why.
Well, he said, I want a chance to get a medal. And so, Simone, I saw this quickly, and it looked like Anthony Edwards, and nowadays there's so many made-up quotes, but it looked like Anthony Edwards said, and even if he didn't say it, it makes sense. He's having an Olympics. Of course, that guy is just all over the place, the table tennis, things like that. But he said, well, if you're France, you got Wembanyama, you got Rudy Gobert. Honestly, how many 7-footers do you actually need? I mean, the Monstar team,
crazy.
Right? Hey, yo, and the whole situation is you're worried about the setup and the fit with the U.S. team. 3 7-footers, they can barely play with 2 in Minnesota, and you have Carlin, and I guess Wembanyama stretches the floor, but yeah, French fans having their way with one Joel Embiid. Okay, Simone, what's number 3?
Incredible.
Cut number 3.
You can dodge a wrench, you can dodge a ball.
And understandably so. Double stick flip.
Here we go.
And he got this. History right before your eyes. 9.4 from Mr. B. That's going to be tough to beat. That is impressive. Broccoli, Loki, Haley, all 3 knocking it out to the wire. Is it? Are you kidding me?
The Ocho's back.
The Ocho is back, and I saw one, I don't know if this was last summer, and basically it was a combination game where you literally, it was like you made it up in your backyard. And I guess that's the point of the Ocho. I always see the kickball, and honestly, I'm not going to talk bad about kickball because I think kickball, it has a huge following.
I love kickball.
It has a huge, it's literally, I mean, it's Captain Obvious. It's literally softball. You have the jerseys. You have, hey, we have our speedsters at the top. So dodgeball is legit. I don't even know if dodgeball deserves to still be on the Ocho. That's how legit it is. But some of these games, Simone, literally this guy, he ran in, there was about 4 spots, and I don't know the name of it. It doesn't really matter. Okay. But he threw a mini football. It was like a Dave & Buster's sponsored game. He threw a mini football, and then he ran 10 yards and kicked the soccer ball into a net, and then he ran 10 more yards and shot a basketball.
Okay.
I mean, it was ridiculous, but that's the Ocho. That is the point of the Ocho.
How do you feel about? I mean, now we're gonna have the best athletes in the world competing in the Olympics, and then now we have all of this, the dichotomy of
it's great
amateurs.
It's great.
Are you going to be tuning in for everything, or what are you? How are you approaching this weekend?
Well, I'm approaching this weekend, and if you haven't seen it, you can still binge it. There's still time. Sprint on Netflix. So Sha'Carri, and it is pronounced Sha'Carri because I watched the show Sprint, and that's how she pronounced her name. So Sha'Carri went off this morning, Simone. And by the way, Simone and I did the midday show, and somebody called in. They said, hey, can you say spoiler alert before you announce the winner? The only reason I'm saying this one, Simone, is because it's preliminary round. Okay, we will be be more careful when it is money time, but Sha'Carri Richardson, it's always money time. She blows the group away to get things started off for the track. So Simone, I don't have time for the Ocho. No disrespect whatsoever, but I don't know that I have time for the Ocho.
The slippery stairs.
To be honest, and can I say this respectfully, there are a couple Olympic events that maybe could be on.
Go there. You're going there, aren't you?
I'm not going to say which ones.
You won't?
Because off the top of my head, I don't know, but I'm just saying there's some random events in there.
Sure.
If you saw the bottom, or if the bottom was blurred out and you didn't know where it was playing, and I had to say, Simone, is this the Olympics or the Ocho?
Sure.
You get one wrong. Yeah. I don't know. I'm not going to say which one. But
there's certain events that are very unique, very dynamic.
Unique. Very unique.
Dynamic.
There you go. And we have a unique show for you. We certainly do. As we get into a little bit of Niners talk here, are the Niners the luckiest franchise in the history of sports when it comes to quarterbacks? I almost said Stiles and Watkins. Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. We'll be right back.
On the move? Got somewhere to be?
Take Sacramento Kings basketball with you. The Sacktown Sports app will let you stay connected to your passion. Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with the Sacktown Sports app.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa. When your game goes bad, getting back to basics is the quickest way to get on track. Many problems can be traced to forgetting the first lessons a good golf instructor covers: grip, alignment, and posture. If you're not holding the club properly, if you're not aligned to the target, and if you're not in an athletic posture when you take the club back, you'll have to manipulate it somehow to get it back square to the target. That's when bad things happen. When I find myself leaving shots out to the right, I check my grip on the club. I check to see that I'm holding the club lightly in my fingers and that my hands are close together. Check to see that the V's formed by my thumbs and forefingers point to my right shoulder. Take a practice swing and feel as though the hands are working together and turning over naturally through the impact area. Bad alignment makes a good shot go astray, and bad posture makes it difficult to generate club head speed. If you're having similar problems, a brush up with a PGA professional will get you going again. For Golf to Go, I'm Frank LaRosa.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmally, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884. Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com. Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
About to get into the Niners and how they may be one of the luckiest franchises in the history of the NFL. And speaking of the Niners, we will have Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. That's at 8:30, 2 hours from now. Simone, and shout out to the text line. I said, hey, texters, let me know. I love my beloved text line. This is from the 530.
Uh-oh.
Hey, Stiles, can you start each day talking about your night before? Ha ha. Story time is one of my favorites. At least tell the story or tell a story of something funny that happened the day before. So, like I said, I have a 15-month-old, so I don't know. I mean, I'll spare you. I mean, she does something funny every single day, but I'll spare you that. So every day, I don't know, because right now she's just, she's teething and it is what it is. I got to go home and I got to make sure that, she's taken care of, me and the wifey. That's what we do. I do have a story from a couple days ago, though, Simone. And one thing that Chris and I like to do a lot is Fair or Foul on Stiles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. And again, this is Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Hope your Friday is off to a terrific start. So this is a situation, Simone.
Okay.
It's 10:15, right? It's 10:15
p.m.
It's 10:15 p.m. 2 nights ago. Okay. And we're watching TV, we're watching the Olympics. They're technically a replay, but my wife wants to watch it, even though I saw everything in here, but that's beside the point. That's besides the point. So it's 10 a.m. and the sound of when you dribble a basketball outside and there's like it's like you hear something, but there's also like a ting, ting, or like just it's the ball sound, okay. A bouncing ball sound, right?
Yes.
So, we have neighbors above us. So, when you hear that, they just got a dog. That's a conversation for a different day. We're handling that. It's fine. But it almost sounds outside. And I just hear a ball bouncing. I'm thinking, what is that, right? So 10:15 comes, and we look outside. There are two dudes outside.
Dudes,
yes.
not children. Dudes.
No, that is the operative word here. Okay, these are adults. Okay, and they're outside, Simone. And I don't know if they just were. I don't know if they just got encouraged by the Olympics, but they're just basically volleying with the volleyball at 10:15 outside the building, just volleying. Two dudes I've never seen before as well. And I go to the gym. We go to the pool.
Wait, so
we're very active.
It's a volleyball.
It's a volleyball.
Okay,
I thought it was a basket. I initially thought it was somebody who just got back from the gym. Ball is life. Just dribbling a basketball while they go back to their spot. But I keep hearing it. It doesn't end. I look outside. Two dudes in street clothes just volleying, just playing volleyball back and forth. And of course, I'm a big man on campus.
Oh no!
But to be honest with you,
you're gonna old man yell at them through the window.
No. So I actually wasn't in the mood because I've had to handle a couple months ago. There were kids that would play. It felt like their dad or father figure would be gone, so they would literally play baseball outside the building and drop their metal bat. Meanwhile, our kid is trying to sleep, right? So we handled that. Again, I'm not going to talk to another parent's kids. I handled it in a different way.
We have to do like neighborhood diaries.
That's what I'm saying.
This is a problem.
So I just wasn't in the mood to be that guy. But the wifey's looking at me, and I say, hey, if it gets to 10:30, it's 10:15 now, and they were already playing since about 10:05. I said, hey, if it gets to 10:30, then I'll say something, okay? And I'm really hoping they just had to get it in real quick and just go home, So it's 10:15, it's 10:20, about 10:22.
How are the volleys, by the way?
I'm not paying attention to that.
The rally's nice. No, okay.
Clearly, they really needed to practice, right? So then so now it's about 10:22, something like that. And what happens, Simone? I see the monitor. We hear the monitor. So now she's mad at me for not going sooner.
Oh no!
Right, and she just gives me a look. I told you to go say something. Now I'm mad at them because they didn't leave when I thought they were going to leave. So put the slides on, open the door, and where I'm at, we're upstairs. So I'm just looking down. I go, hey guys, what? Do you live in this building?
Why would you ask that? Why is that your leading question?
Because I had two approaches.
Okay.
If they lived in the building, I had an answer. If they didn't, I had a different answer. I said, hey guys, do you guys live in the building? Because now I'm upset, right? Hey guys, do you live in this building? And the guy looks at and they both look at me. They go, no, we live in that building over there. Well, then take that stuff over there. Take it over there. And they just look at me, and there's one guy who's bigger than the other guy, and I got the high ground because, like Anakin, right, or Obi-Wan, because I'm on the stairs.
Yes, of course.
So the smaller guy, he's like, hey, whoa, man, sorry, sorry.
Are you being aggressive? Why are they?
I could have been less aggressive because now I'm annoyed.
Give me the tone. Give me the exact tone.
Then take, literally it was this. Well, then take that stuff over there.
Okay.
That's what I said. So then the one guy is just wearing it. The other guy's like, whoa, hey, man. They're trying to argue the fact that I'm upset that they're playing volleyball at 10 at night. They're literally trying. One guy is, one guy isn't. So we go back and forth, and I say, hey, guys, why wouldn't you be playing over there? And they said, oh, well, we didn't want to hit any cars. And I said, yeah, but don't you understand? You live in that building, so you don't want to wake anybody up. So you come to a building where you don't know people, and you don't care if you wake people up because we got kids, man.
Right.
And the other guy is like, hey, we didn't mean to do all that. The other guy is just, trying to be big boy with me, right? And then towards the end, I just say, I say, hey, why didn't you go somewhere else? And they said, yeah, well, this has the lights and it's not by the cars. And then I said, you can go back over there. You know what I mean? It's 10 at night, guys. And then I said, or you could go to the park. And the smaller guy says, well, the lights aren't on. And I say, because it's 10 o'clock.
Kind of crazy.
This is
kind of crazy.
And you know what? I think I lost it because of the stupidity of the conversation. Like, what do you say, Simone? It's not a, hey guys, you go upstairs. Hey guys, can you keep it down? Hey guys, can you keep down your spikes and volleys at 10:15? Really? So there you go. I hope I did Carmichael Dave well, 530. There is your non-sports story for today. But yeah, Simone, come on. This is ridiculous now. That's ridiculous.
Have you've never subjected anyone to some late night games?
No.
Outside?
No. not after the age of 18.
Yeah.
Or 25. I mean, these are grown men, man. These are grown men.
I haven't touched a volleyball in years. I don't even know
where
you're going.
But the craziest part was that they were in street clothes. I just wanted to know, were they just sitting on the couch? You know what? Let's go volley.
Yeah.
Let's just, I got to get it in right now. It was insane. It was insane. And I know some people, you're stuck working all day, whatever it is, but I'm sorry. You got to go somewhere else, man.
The park, truly has to be your option.
Well, the park doesn't have lights on because you shouldn't be doing that at 10 o'clock. Yeah. See, now Guerrera grows on the chat mob. Hey, kids, get off my lawn. Yeah. If you finally get that baby to sleep and you got two dudes that decide to play volleyball in jeans at 10:15, you'd lose it too. 916, no sound machine for the baby. Oh, there was. I didn't want to go. She started moving and grooving. So clearly, the sound machine is cranked. It's cranked, but it was not enough.
Wait, so I think you phrased this original story as this is fair or foul, right? So are you saying on them or for you
both
getting
ways.
Tied up?
Both ways. You know
what?
I thought about it once I sat down. I was blinded by when she started moving. Because if those who know that have kids, we recently got rid of her second nap. So it's been a little touch and go. So as soon as she started moving, the whole night could be cooked. So I probably could have been a bit nicer as far as the initial. But I also just thought this is such a stupid situation that I'm in right now. And I was just blinded by the stupidity.
It just has to be that they were watching the Olympics.
It
makes everyone goes out. It's just like the Masters or any majors, and every mouth breather gets their clubs and sticks and goes to whatever unsuspecting golf course. It just has to be the inspiration.
That's right.
Driving people to madness.
It was just so funny because it's just the initial, what is that? If you live by other people and you hear something, you just think, that's a different sound, right? Because I'm over by the airport, so we know those sounds. Those are normal sounds, and people out here, they love a good spoiler. A lot of these cars got spoilers. I'm not hating, but we're used to that. That's a motorcycle. That's a spoiler in a Fast and Furious car. But when you hear a sound like someone's about to hoop, right, or someone's, that's a great dig outside. What was that? So there's my story.
Dude, I walked out of my house the other day. There was just a young kid just sitting on top of my AC box, like right by the front door. And I was like, we do have a school right by. No, absolutely not. And we do have a school right there, but I don't even think I've never seen any kids like they're not doing summer school or anything. I just walked away. I was like, I hope he doesn't go into the house or anything.
Well, and then they saw me. Of course, now, I'm paranoid because they saw me go back into, I don't know, nothing to TP, but they saw me go back into the room,
You'll be all right.
I'm ready.
See,
no, I'll put the Crocs in sport mode. I am not worried about that. Real quick, we wanted to get to this Trey Lance and Jimmy G situation. Here's a question, and we can follow it up later. Is there another team that has two players who they thought were going to be their franchise QB still floating around the NFL? I saw video from Trey Lance looking pretty terrible, okay? I saw a video from Jimmy G looking terrible in LA. Is there another team that has two former franchise QBs still floating around? I feel like they're just all out of the league. And what that says is that this all happened so close together. So close together. Let me know if there's a team that I'm missing because it seems like a pretty unique situation. Coming up next, Safer Out. Simone has some baseball questions for me as we have a very sad story of someone who could have been one of the best players ever, and now it looks like he has a first-class trip to the best that never was. Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
The only place you'll find Kevin Herter is Sacktown Sports.
Herter's open, steps into three. He's got the triple.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Kevin Herter, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
The impact of a meal goes well beyond feeding our bodies, because feeling full can sound like this.
How did the interview go? I did it! I got the job! I can't believe it!
And like this.
Mom, I got first place at the science fair with my volcano project.
That's amazing, sweetie. Congratulations.
Because when people are fed, futures are nourished, and everyone deserves to live a full life. Join the movement to end hunger at feedingamerica.org/act now. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Hey, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got an unbeatable lineup of shows that you won't want to miss. It's Brett Young and Chase Rice at Thunder Valley on August 3rd. Plus, Jason Mraz and the Super Band will be rocking Thunder Valley on August 9th. Then head out of the heat to higher elevation for the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. And here's your Live Nation lineup. On August 4th, don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater, featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then, on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And on September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Rounding out this rockin' lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival from September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. For information and tickets, visit grapefestival.com. And then stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
I would end the day with sore feet, sore legs. The drugstore inserts that I was purchasing were really not very useful at all. I walked into the Good Feet store and the guy kind of grinned at me and said, I hear that a lot. I was living with chronic pain before going to the Good Feet store. Now I don't really have that problem. I'm able to do the things that I expect to be able to do, even at my advanced age. I feel pretty good about what's going on.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Only one radio program captures the excitement of hunting and fishing as it happens. The award-winning California Sportsman with Sepp Hendrickson. Only California Sportsman takes you where the action is. Live on the water, live in the blind, and live with the top pros and experts in outdoor sports. California Sportsman with Fishing Hall of Famer Sepp Hendrickson is your premier destination for all things outdoors. Sepp's Saturday Morning Outdoors. Ultimate Bass and California Sportsman, 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Saturdays on Sacktown Sports 1140.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles, filling in today and all of next week. Alan Stiles of Stiles and Watkins. Watkins will still be in his 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. slot. That is coming up, and he has a great show for you as we get you through this Friday morning. I was asked to provide a non-sports story. I guess technically it was sports because they were getting into volleyball and people are having some fun with it. Somebody said they probably were wondering, why is Kevin Hart yelling at me? Very good, very good. Nicely done. From the 209, maybe the kid was slowly getting back into volleyball after an Achilles injury.
That's crazy.
As some of you know, I tore my Achilles over a year ago now. That was back in June. And when we first started doing the show here, I was still rehabbing. So very good on U209, clearly friend of the show from the 916. Should have just took the ball in the house, argument done. See, that's the thing. I didn't want the smoke.
No, that's a problem.
No, well, and again, I had the high ground.
What you're not going to do is ask me, where do you live, or do you live around here, and then take my ball.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. But what is the problem with, why do you have a problem with do you live? No, but it's a complex.
Sure.
Do you live in this building?
Okay.
Because I don't think you have the stones to do this in front of people you live with.
Right.
That was my point.
I think so, yeah.
So I was hedging that they did not live here because I know. So again, peeling back to Kurt,
my attitude would be like, I live right here. But I mean, also, I wouldn't be a crazy person doing volleyball in the middle of the night.
I'm a very perceptive person. My mom was a federal agent. So, we pay attention.
Whoa,
yeah, she's retired now.
Say that on air.
Well, she's retired now. She's retired now. So she's always saying, hey, Alan, be aware of your surroundings. When you go to a restaurant, always sit facing the door. Just stuff like that. Yes, I'm serious. So I know basically everybody in that building. So I knew they didn't live in the building unless they just moved in.
Gotcha.
So I knew. And they said, no, we live over there. I said, then go play over there.
Yes, I like it.
Go wake up how about that? Go wake up your neighbors, okay? Okay, Simone, let's get into a little bit of safe or out. Again, filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. If you don't know me, we're going to continue to spread these tidbits throughout today and the rest of the week. I played baseball for a very long time. I love baseball. I know that sports talk radio doesn't love baseball as much as I do, but when you have an opportunity to talk baseball, I'm always going to take it. With that being said, Simone, safe or out?
Let's do this. Now, I'm going to ask you safe or out for anyone who hasn't played this game before. Alan's just going to basically give us a little bit of analysis and a little bit of perspective on selected baseball questions. So we did want to cover some sad news that went down in the MLB this week. Safe or out, is Mike Trout the biggest what if in the history of baseball?
Man, off the top of my head, and again, I just said how much I like baseball. I wouldn't call myself the biggest baseball historian, but if you're basing it solely on injury, I don't see how he's not top three, right? I mean, he's at least top three, maybe number one, and we have some facts to back it up. First, let's get Mike Trout's initial statement. This is what he said. Since my initial surgery on May 3rd to repair my meniscus, my rehabilitation proved longer and more difficult than anticipated. After months of hard work, I was devastated yesterday when an MRI showed a tear in my meniscus that will require surgery again, ending my hopes of returning this season. Playing and competing is a huge part of my life. This is equally as heartbreaking and frustrating for me as it is for you, the fans. I understand that I may have disappointed many, but believe me, I will do everything I can to come back even stronger. I will continue to help my team and teammates from the dugout as we press forward into the second half of the season. Thank you for your support. And yeah, it's rough. These are the amount of games that Mike Trout has played in the second half throughout his career. In 2021, 0. In 2022, 40. In 2023, 1. In 2024, it will be 0. Again, the second half of his career. And, I'm a guy, 90s baby, who grew up on Ken Griffey Jr. Mm-hmm. And a couple weeks ago, we were doing the crosstalk with Whitey, and I thought, and I said to Whitey, or I was going to say to Whitey, is he the biggest what if since Ken Griffey Jr.? If you look up the numbers, Ken Griffey Jr. was on a ridiculous path, but his injuries still came after he had done a lot of damage. Mike Trout was on track to maybe eclipse that. Mike Trout hasn't even gotten close to the amount of games that Ken Griffey Jr. ended up playing. Ken Griffey Jr., he changed his body after the injuries. Mike Trout has not even gotten a chance to do that, and it really is a sad situation. A lot of people think that based on being on the Angels and as well as the injury, we might not see Mike Trout in the postseason again. I believe he only played one or two series, and they were quick at that. 32 years of age. He's going to miss another season as the other guys in his era. Aaron Judge is 32. Bryce Harper is 31. Feels like Bryce Harper's been in the league for about 15 years. And Shohei Ohtani is 30. So if he can get back on track, that would be great for the game of baseball. But it doesn't look great right now. But as far as biggest what if, off the top of my head, he's got to be number one just because of how much he was tearing it up in a short amount of time and all the accolades he already has. But 916-339-1140, let's keep it. We could keep it at baseball. Obviously, you can get to the Brandon Roys and the Greg Odens, other guys like that. We can have some fun on Friday. Any sport, let's say specifically injury, biggest what if. And maybe it is Mike Trout based on what his ceiling could be. 916-339-1140. That's on the call line, the text line, and the Sack Chat. Okay, Simone, what else do we have?
Let's see here. So my other question I wanted to ask you, after Logan Webb's shutout on Wednesday night, safer out, do you think the kid should be brought back into the National League Cy Young conversation?
Definitely should be, for some personal reasons as well that we won't get into. I think Logan Webb was going to do pretty well this year. Logan Webb, obviously local kid, right? And there's been a lot of conversation about Logan Webb, whether he is an ace or not. And I have also been a part of that conversation because he doesn't have the 99 to 100 miles per hour stuff. He doesn't have the strikeout numbers. He does have the most double play balls. That's who he is, but it's not as sexy, right? It's the same as almost a singles hitter in baseball. Everybody likes the long ball. Everybody likes the launch angle and the doubles and the triples, but you can get it done in a lot of different ways. He's almost the equivalent of a small ball pitcher, if you will. He's not going to get those home runs, aka strikeouts, like even though I think he did strike out the side against the A's a couple days ago, but he definitely should be a part of the conversation. And he is this team's ace. You have, maybe in a perfect world, he could be a number 2, but on this team, you have Robbie Ray, who's still coming back. You have Blake Snell, who's still coming back. Hayden Birdsong is still young in his career. So people could ask whether or not he is an ace, but he is this team's ace, and he's doing a darn good job of it. So yes, he should be back a part of the conversation.
So it's pretty safe then, huh?
Very safe. Very safe.
Since we still have a little bit more time on the clock here for this quick baseball segment, have you taken the little one out too?
Not yet. We want to do River Cats, but, and I'm not trying to, a lot of people saying it's not that big of a deal, but I'm not taking my baby out in that heat. Not the River Cats.
Yeah.
Not right now. I mean, we could for a couple innings.
So she has not been to Oracle either.
The only place she's been, Simone,
Golden One
is Golden One for the failed baby race.
That's
Thank
right.
you for reminding me.
The trauma. I'm so sorry.
Yes. Thank you I was talking to someone who they're expecting, and they actually are going to pick the same name as the name that our baby has. And I said, hey, Kings fan, just be careful with that baby race. Just be careful. Do it, but be careful. Yeah, a lot of people had some fun with that as baby Stiles. She froze in the moment, but hey, it will be played at her wedding, and we're going to have a lot of fun with it. From the 209, Angels need to do right by Trout and trade him somewhere he has a chance to win. Here's the issue with that. I don't think you're wrong, 209, but here's the issue. Because of who he is in theory, the Angels would want to haul back. And he's still getting paid a lot of money. We know it's guaranteed money in baseball. The Angels would want to haul back for Mike Trout, and the problem is I don't know which team out there, to be honest, is willing to give him that haul. So one of two things would have to happen. A team would be willing to give the Angels the haul, or the Angels, and maybe this is what you mean by do right by him, the Angels would have to lessen that price tag to ensure that a team would be willing to take that chance. So that's what would have to happen. Not to say that it couldn't happen, but I think that's the issue. One of those two things has to happen. And if you're the Angels, you already look crazy because of how you treated the Ohtani situation, where you could have traded him, but you thought you were going to convince him to stay in Anaheim. And look, Anaheim is a nice place, don't get me wrong, but you got nothing for Shohei. You're kind of the laughing stock. Somebody asked the question on social media a couple of days ago, who is the worst owner outside of John Fisher? Who is the worst owner outside of John Fisher in all of sports? And there were a lot of different answers, but the Angels, the crazy thing about the Angels is that they really have tried. I mean, they have tried to take swings with Anthony Rendon and different Albert Pujols back in the day, and it just hasn't worked out. It just hasn't worked out. So I don't even know if they are the worst owners. They've had a little bit of bad luck. So if you want to move off of Mike Trout, you're going to either have to lower that price tag and just say, hey, man, thank you. Because he did give a bunch of good years before the injury. So you could say, hey, man, we know you tried to get it done for us. It didn't work out, and now injuries have riddled this part of your career. He's still in his prime, but he's about to end his prime. You could say that, or you could say, sorry, Mike, this is a business. We already got egg on our face from the Shohei Ohtani situation. We can't change the price tag. Right now, I don't know who would trade for. I mean, I think there are some teams that would trade for him. But again, if you're trading for somebody off his, second, third meniscus tear, I can't give you top prospects for that. I can give you some single A guys or some guys that just got drafted maybe, but how many do you do in case those guys end up popping? Now, will any of those guys be as good as Mike Trout? That's the question. 916 is saying Bo Jackson as far as the biggest what if in sports.
Oh.
He's up there. I mean, two-sport athlete. He had those hip issues, right? I read that book when I was a kid, Bo Knows Bo. Obviously, Bo Jackson, I mean, the story, not just the stories are ridiculous, but also what he could do. I mean, laser arm, even though he was yoked as all get up. It could be Bo Jackson. He's definitely up there. Keep the names coming. As we get into a little bit of Kings talk in the 7 o'clock hour, Shams breaks down the DeMar DeRozan deal and how the Kings ended up with DeMar DeRozan. Mike Miller chimes in as an agent. Did the Kings get DeRozan on a discount? And who was your realistic dream get for the Sacramento Kings? Stiles and Watkins, Sacktown Sports.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Hi, welcome to Staples. Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back to school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10.
Hello, I'm Frank Hock with Retirement Security Centers with Weekly Economic Update. Looking for work may be becoming harder work moving forward. ADP said the U.S. economy added only 122,000 new jobs in July, the smallest increase in months. Expectations by the Wall Street Journal had been 150,000 jobs. ADP only tracks private employers, so these numbers do not include government workers. Less open jobs may have reduced employee leverage as wage increases for those who remained in the same job dropped to a low of 4.8% annually. The Federal Reserve's actions to slow economic growth may be working. Expected economic growth appears to be slowing, and the labor market is showing signs of that potential weakness. The weakness was seen in media, manufacturing, and white-collar jobs, while package delivery, construction, hotels, and restaurants saw growth. With job openings reduced by a third over the past 2 years, the Fed may see even more data pointing them to ease their inflation fight, cutting rates soon. Their focus could change from inflation to working to make sure Americans have a place to work. How might this affect you or your family? Please go to frankontheradio.com to schedule an appointment, watch videos, and receive market updates. I'm ready to help you start your journey so you can define your future.
Securities and investment advisory services offered through Osaic FA Incorporated, member FINRA SIPC. Osaic FA is separately owned, and other entities and/or marketing names, products, or services referenced here are independent of Osaic FA.
The Sacramento Kings play here.
He's got the triple. Sacramento takes the lead.
Get your Kings fix all season long right here on your home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire,
Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios. KHTKAM Sacramento. KYMX HD2 Sacramento. Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Man, oh man. Alan Stiles here, and Simone got in my ear after. It's only the first day. Okay, Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross while they enjoy some much-deserved time off. Alan Stiles from Stiles and Watkins. And it is, I mean, Simone, it's been almost a year. It's been about 8 months. So going into the break, I said Stiles and Watkins and
You're
Simone.
programmed to do
Yeah,
so.
I am. I just have to take a beat, take a second. Yeah. It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Your radio isn't broken, but your ears aren't either. It is Alan Stiles. They are out today and all of next week. So I am filling in. I will have different guests throughout the week. But yes, went to break. Muscle memory. Stiles and Watkins will be right back. I mean, I've said that every single day. So
We
yeah,
have like a mic.
I'm surprised
mic check
you.
or something
I'm
ready for
just
you.
glad you caught
I
it.
know, and I didn't know if I was like, maybe I should pot up and say.
So I added to my notes, and I have it in large print. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Right,
I re-added that.
Let's set a line.
Okay.
1-800-GAMBLER.
The whole week?
No. Just today. I'm just rocking with you today, and then
so
you got
we've already
new
have
producer.
one.
Yeah.
So we have to start from now.
Yes, from now, and you're very
3 more
cognizant
hours.
of it. Yeah, we're going into hour 2 here.
You know what? I'm gonna say that
Let's
this
be-
was the big one, and now that we talked about it,
Okay.
I wouldn't go more than 2.5.
I don't know. I mean, what do we call it? Sack? No, it's
The
not
chat mob?
Yes,
The chat
not
mob.
Sack Chat. Text line, please type in. Let us know what we should set the line at. I would say 1.5, and then I'll take the over. I'm gonna take the over.
That's probably
I'll
the
take
smart
the
play. That is the smart play. That is the smart play. And good morning as we welcome the 7 o'clock hour and everyone listening during the 7 o'clock hour. Hope you are having a good start to your Friday. Good stuff, Simone, there. And thank you for catching it. Real quick, as we get into this Sham sound that talks about DeMar DeRozan and that deal, we have, and Derek in Tacoma was asking about Lauri Markkanen or bringing up, I'd still like Lauri Markkanen on the Kings if we didn't have to bring up, or if we didn't have to give up Keegan Murray. Yeah, Danny Ainge isn't budging, and we actually have more on this later in the show, just as far as whether or not Danny Ainge played this the right way. But Evan Sittery, friend of the station, he just posted about 20 minutes ago. And these are the reports we were seeing from Tony Jones, who writes for the Jazz, for The Athletic. We also had Brett Siegel on earlier this week on Stiles and Watkins. So things have changed, and maybe this was Danny Ainge's plan all along. And maybe this is your dream get as we discuss who was your dream get for the Kings. Evan Sittery says, all signs are pointing towards Lauri Markkanen signing a new long-term contract with the Jazz next week. Utah agreeing with Markkanen on a renegotiate and extend will allow them to hit their required salary floor, which bumps his salary above $40 million in 2024-2025. The Warriors also haven't been close to offering what it would take for Utah to offload their superstar. I don't know if they haven't been close. I think there were 2 guys that Utah wanted, but the Warriors didn't want to budge in Jonathan Kuminga and Brandon Pajemski. So we'll see how all that ends. Maybe that was your dream get. But I say all that to say to Derek in Tacoma, yeah, you were probably coming off of Keegan Murray. And that's why they stalled last time and why they went in the direction of DeMar DeRozan, which brings us to Shams, who had some things to say on the OG show with Udonis Haslem and Mike Miller about DeMar DeRozan.
Sacramento getting DeMar DeRozan. How are they going to be?
Love DeMar.
quietly doesn't get the credit he deserves for being a bucket.
How come he didn't get a bigger deal and it wasn't more active at the beginning of the trade of free agency?
Well, I think when the incumbent team isn't there for you as a suitor,
so your whole leverage.
That's the leverage point. But this is the second straight time, DeMar DeRozan has gone into free agency and he's had to go seek a sign and trade. His last 2 deals have been a combined 5 years, $141 million in a market where
that's crazy.
In a market,
think about that for a second. 5 years, 141 for DeMar DeRozan, and these dudes are out here signing 275 and 300s.
So that was Mike Miller, who NBA champion and now an agent. He's actually now Ja Morant's agent, which I just found out.
Whoa.
Yeah, throughout the course of these clips. So that was Mike Miller, Udonis Haslem, and Shams kind of discussing how the Kings will be and the DeMar DeRozan deal. And basically, DeMar DeRozan has had to sign these sign-in trades and find a way to get his money. Of course, this is all relatively speaking. Meanwhile, these rookie extensions have been ridiculous. So that's what Mike Miller was talking about as far as, and we know what the Kings had to give up to get DeMar DeRozan. I think most Kings fans were okay with that. But I asked the question in 916-339-1140, call line, text line, and the chat mob here on Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. How underrated is DeMar DeRozan? Because this is a guy who, if you look at the numbers, he's been at the top, and we'll get into whether or not he is Hall of Fame level, but this is a guy who is always at the top as far as his field goal percentage. We know he is a mid-range monster and things like that, but nobody seemed to necessarily have him on their radar as far as a get for the Sacramento Kings. And even myself, when I first heard the news, if I'm being completely honest, I thought, okay, I mean, there are a couple other guys on my list, but they go in the direction of DeMar DeRozan, and clearly that wasn't necessarily the Kings' first choice. As we know, they were interested in Lauri Markkanen, but did not want to give up one Keegan Murray. So I think he is a bit underrated. He came in second for the Clutch Player of the Year. Chris and I yesterday talked about how, do you want your team in the Clutch Player of the Year conversation? Because that means you're in a lot of close games and probably some games that you shouldn't be in. Okay, Steph Curry won because the Warriors, they were the 10 seed. You know what I mean? DeMar DeRozan won, and the Bulls, they weren't a high seed either. What's different is, obviously, De'Aaron Fox, he won a couple years ago with the Kings as a 3 seed, but again, they lost in the first round, right? And there were a lot of close games where things could have went in different directions. So I don't even know if you want your guy in the conversation for Clutch Player of the Year, as DeMar DeRozan and De'Aaron Fox do not have the best odds going into this season. I think the odds makers think that they will take shots away from each other, which is probably true. But as far as DeMar DeRozan is concerned, I really do think that he is a guy who's going to be able to add to this team in a lot of different ways. Everyone keeps talking about how, he's not going to stretch the floor. He can't shoot the 3. We're acting like he is a post player like Alex Len or somebody. I mean, he can shoot the mid-range. You still have to respect his jump shot. And that's what stretching the floor is all about. You still have to get out there and guard him mano-a-mano. This isn't Draymond Green where people are just going to hang out, or Russell Westbrook where people are just going to hang out in the key. So the idea that the spacing is going to be messed up, I think, is just a little bit overblown. And there are situations where, I trust the front office. There are other situations where, what are they doing? I'm choosing to trust the front office and get more talent in the building because, as Harrison Barnes is concerned, we know he is a great guy, the Black Falcon. We have nothing bad to say about him off the court. We know he's a great dude. He's helped out a lot with Mike Brown, and Mike Brown speaks very highly of him. Everybody does. But I call Harrison Barnes a dull Swiss Army knife. Okay. And now all of a sudden that Harrison Barnes this is so on brand. Now all of a sudden that Harrison Barnes is no longer a king. He's this mythical being. And the Spurs, all right, are making some noise. And oh my gosh, I saw a graphic. It was the most insane graphic I've ever seen. It was on the 4-Letter Network. And on the graphic, it had the winners and losers from the trade, or from trades in general over the offseason. I can't remember who the third one was because I didn't really care. Have you ever seen a situation, Simone, where they had the Bulls as trade losers?
Okay. I thought we were going the other way.
And the Kings. They had 2 graphics with the Bulls and the Kings as trade losers in the DeMar DeRozan trade.
I mean, this is, it's giving Christian McCaffrey.
Yes.
C-minus.
What was it, a C-? It's insanity. So it's a little bit overblown, this idea that the fit is going to be messed up. Will it be perfect? I don't think so. Are they going to win the championship? I don't know. But it's a building block for people to say that even though this person statistically is way better as far as scoring the basketball than this other dude, who we probably didn't watch, by the way, because they're in Sacramento, I don't see how the Kings are any better. The Kings over-under is set at 46.5, okay? We get into a little bit of prop talk. The Kings, last season, they won 46 games, and we all know what happened. I mean, that was a turmoil-filled season. You had De'Aaron Fox, who started off hotter than fish grease, shout out Mark Jones, and then he cooled off. All right, you had Kevin Huerter, who had his worst season since his first year in the league, okay? I think his second year in the league was actually his worst, all right? And then you have this season, and he got injured. He didn't even finish the season, didn't even get a chance. And he got injured multiple times. Let's not forget, Kevin Huerter got hot for those 3 games, then he messed up his finger, then he tried to come back, couldn't figure it out. You had Sasha Vezenkov, who was homesick. All right, he wanted to go home. He twisted both ankles, and then he went back to his home country. He's got paid. Good for him. All right, maybe we'll play that sound later, Simone, for those who haven't heard it. He sounds like a rock star. Sounds like it's messy. So yeah, that situation. Trey Lyles couldn't stay healthy either. Malik Monk got flopped on by one Luka Doncic. All of that happened, and you had Sabonis, who was a monster. Keegan Murray was asked to do a little bit too much in his second year, and his three-point percentage was way worse than the year prior. These guys didn't even have similar seasons to the Beam Team season. Not Kevin Huerter, not Keegan Murray. And with all that being said, they won 46 games in probably the best total season for the Western Conference in maybe the last, I'll say the last 5 years. I won't get crazy. I want to say decade, but the last 5 years. So with all that being said, and then you get Devin Carter, who's going to be back, and everyone's calling the seal of the draft. Then you get Devin Carter, who's going to be back in January, okay? With all that being said, you set the over-under at 46.5. I hope somebody's going to Reno this weekend. I really do, or going to Vegas, because that is easy cheese to me, and the disrespect for really the Kings more so than DeMar DeRozan. I think that's why you heard DeMar DeRozan talk about winning so much, and they believe what is happening in Sacramento is real deal. So DeMar DeRozan, I think he's underrated as a player. That's why he's had to partake in all these sign-in trades. Meanwhile, dudes like Jordan Poole and other guys. And look, timing is everything in life. All right? But I think DeMar DeRozan's underrated. We're going to discuss how underrated he is and also get into who was your dream get for the Kings. If it wasn't DeMar DeRozan, let's talk about who it was. That's all coming up next on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in.
NFL's leading rusher plays here.
The handoff to McCaffrey, walks in the end zone. Handoff to McCaffrey, takes it right down to the goal line. He does his thing again. McCaffrey goes in motion right. Backwards pass led by Juszczyk. A block there. Hurdles a man. 10-5. Touchdown! CMC!
You can hear all of Christian McCaffrey's touchdowns on your home for 49ers football. Sacktown Sports.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Farmerly, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, Sun Point Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting your focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Waking you up with the best in local sports.
They just make it interesting, you know?
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross
on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Mentioned this before. I will mention it again, and I'm filling in today through next week. Both guys enjoying some much-deserved time off in 15 minutes. All right, I know that there is a bit of a joke between Dave and the Raider fans on this show, but Raider fans, I got your back. And I know it's been a bit of a rough training camp to start with the two QBs, with Aiden O'Connell and Mustache Minshew, Gardner Minshew. So we got your boy Q at 7:30, and your boy Q, if you follow the Raiders, you know who this guy is. Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. That is at 7:30 in 15 minutes. We will break down what is happening at the QB position, and are the Raiders good enough to overcome it? And don't forget, of course, and I won't forget you Niner fans, Jose Sanchez. He's at 8:30, and he is the deputy editor for 49ers on SI. We talk all things Brandon Aiyuk, of course, Trent Williams, and the Brock Purdy interceptions. But first, we continue this DeMar DeRozan conversation. And this happened back in March. I was reading this Forbes article, and I have a little bit for you. So some of these numbers are updated, but the meat and potatoes of it remains the same. I think he actually moved up one. He is 31st on the all-time scoring list now, but this was right after a game where DeMar DeRozan hit another clutch shot for the Bulls, who needed a lot of them as they struggled. This is from a Forbes article, and number one, I would say, is that every single player ahead of DeMar DeRozan right now on the all-time scoring list is in the Hall of Fame, as we talk about whether or not DeMar DeRozan is underrated. So everybody that is ahead of DeMar DeRozan on the all-time scoring list is in the Hall of Fame. So that's something to keep in mind, all right, as we have more to get to here. They go on to say, DeRozan joined Steph Curry, Russell Westbrook, James Harden, Kevin Durant, and LeBron James as the only active player in the top 35. He's only 1,918 points away from Jerry West, who sits at 24th all-time. Of course, he's closer now because this was back in March. And he's on pace to finish at just over 1,800 points this season, which means he'll likely crack the top 25 within the next couple seasons, barring injuries. He's just under 3,000 points away from Kevin Garnett, who sits in 19th. And depending on how long DeRozan decides to play for, you can easily see him landing in the top 15, which is just 3,488 points away, or about 2.5 to 3 seasons at the current rate DeRozan is scoring at. Goes on to talk about his accolades. Throughout his 15-year career, DeRozan is a 6-time All-Star, 3-time All-NBA member, and 2-time gold medalist with Team USA, including one in the 2016 Olympics in Brazil. He's in the running for Clutch Player of the Year. Of course, he ended up getting second, and is one of the greatest players in Toronto Raptors franchise history, sitting at the top of most of their scoring records. Is he a Hall of Famer? I think the answer, if it's not yes yet, will be yes. One thing they mentioned in the article is it depends where he goes next, because everybody knew he was going to leave Chicago. Look, I'll say this, the same way his odds for Clutch Player and De'Aaron Fox's odds for Clutch Player, they both dropped. Yeah, they're going to be sharing a little bit more, but I still think that DeMar DeRozan, assuming this is the last stop in his illustrious career, I still think that he has done enough to be a Hall of Famer, which means that the Kings were able to sign somebody who's on track to be a Hall of Famer. And again, that hasn't moved anyone. And that goes back to the conversation of DeMar DeRozan possibly being the most underrated player in the NBA right now. We know he's no spring chicken, okay? But some of this disrespect, whether it's Vegas, whether it's the four-letter network, any of these national outlets, somebody gave it, Sam Quinn from CBS Sports, and we're trying to get him on the show because, hey, we want to know what your thought process was. I believe he gave the Kings, it was a C- or a D? Really? And, we're going to respect people's crafts. We're not going to say that but I would say I think I watch more Kings basketball than you do. I feel confident saying that. I feel confident saying, did you remember when Kevin Huerter went ghost for a couple games, right? Or for a lot of the season? Did you remember when we were begging Harrison Barnes to play like he did on that revenge tour? Did you remember those times where it was just hot potato between Malik Monk and De'Aaron Fox because Sabonis' number one attribute isn't necessarily to score? Did you remember those things? Because I do. I was at Golden One. I was watching each and every game with Katie Christensen and our guy Kyle Draper, and of course, Mark Jones in his bag like Jansport, because I was watching all that. So it's not to take away from what you do, sir, and how much research you do. I'm only going to speak on the research that I do. And maybe we'll look back and I was wrong. And maybe we'll look back and you were correct, or vice versa. But this idea that you can add somebody who has all of these notes in his career, by the way, is also an Ironman, and I'll give Harrison Barnes that. He was on the court, so you're not losing that. You haven't had to worry about injury, knock on wood, to go through all that, but the team isn't going to be any better? Or you could argue it got worse? I got to hear about Harrison Barnes being a unicorn? Are we serious? Look, and I'm not going to pretend like I've been in Sacramento all my life. We came out here, we started the show, Stiles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. in October. So maybe I'm just getting used to this being in Sacramento, but it's just like Boogie said, another King great. It's getting ridiculous now. How in the world, just walk me through the narrative if the Lakers, and I know they have different setups, but walk me through the difference in narratives if the Lakers got DeMar DeRozan. Dare I say if the Clippers got DeMar DeRozan. You still think they would have got a D or a C-? Oh my goodness, they got their star, big three in LA. Just stop it, okay? Stop disrespecting DeMar DeRozan's name. Stop disrespecting a future Hall of Famer. Stop disrespecting De'Aaron Fox. Stop disrespecting Mike Brown. By the way, Mike Brown, 20th best odds to win Coach of the Year. So that's what they think of Mike Brown. That's what Vegas thinks of Mike Brown. And again, you got to follow the money. We get all that. But it's the ridiculous. We do want an opportunity, or to give you an opportunity to hop in with who you did want, assuming, just like Monty McNair said on these airwaves, assuming that the Kings are heading in with this core, right? And I do think that the DeMar DeRozan situation will be good. But who was your dream get for the Sacramento Kings? Realistic. Don't say Giannis or anybody like that. But who was your dream get? Maybe it was marketing. But then I would say, okay, you ready to move on from Keegan? Who was your dream get? And tell us your situation for that dream get, all right? So I would say, Simone, mine, off the top of my head, if we're talking realistic, right? I did think that Kyle Kuzma, I do, not that you can't get him now, but then if you do get him now you start thinking about, okay, how many shots are on the court here? I did think the Kyle Kuzma fit was decent, even though he tweets a little bit too much for me. At least the Kings right now, a lot of them just play basketball. I'm not saying you can't tweet. I'm just saying that's something that I don't think a lot of Kings fans are used to. Kyle Kuzma, he likes to talk a lot, right? So I do, from a basketball standpoint, I think Kyle Kuzma could morph more to what the Kings did want. When we initially started the draft process, we had people, I wanted Tejan Salon. Okay, and honestly, I might be wrong, because not that anybody thought Matas Buzelis was going to be available, and neither of them were, but Matas Buzelis in Chicago, my goodness, he looks good right now. But that's who I wanted. They went with Devin Carter. I did my homework on Devin Carter. Devin Carter wasn't even supposed to be there. It was based on this. Fryer, right? They're still listening out there in Providence, but I thought Kyle Kuzma could definitely be a guy that could help this team. Simone, did you have a dream a realistic dream get?
I wanted to dismantle the Pelicans. I wanted Brandon.
You wanted Brandon.
I did.
Yeah, I mean, again, he was, he's not going to be upset outwardly, but he talked to the coach during the playoffs. Hey, get me more touches. You got to pay him $50 million after this next season. Kyle Kuzma at least on a better deal, but he is a baller. And one thing that I noticed, and I think everybody noticed during that game with the Kings, he also can distribute the basketball. Which I don't think a lot of people, even myself, knew that he could do that on that high of a level. So I feel you with Brandon Ingram. I'm just not really sure I guess he would be the second option to De'Aaron.
Yeah, and this is a long time ago.
Things have
changed. Things have changed.
That's right.
That's just the name.
That's right. Let's see here. From the 916, they say Paul George. Yeah, Paul George, that would have had to be some type of a sign and trade. And, Steve Ballmer in the Intuit Dome, which is getting fired up this season. I mean, and it looks incredible, by the way.
Yeah.
And by the way, can we some flowers for Steve Ballmer? The issue, and look, I gotta be careful here, but yeah, a lot of times the people that get the t-shirts, they're doing pretty well in life. They're doing pretty well in life. They're sitting closer. And a lot of the people that are throwing the t-shirts, unless it's Kelsey Plum from a couple years ago when she fired that thing up to the second row.
Cannon.
The cannon. If you don't have the cannon, right, not everybody gets a t-shirt. You got people throwing it. They can't get it past the second row. So good on Steve Ballmer. If you didn't hear, I guess the situation is the shirts are dropping from everywhere.
It's formatted. It's around the ring, and it's like going to shoot out.
Yes. Yeah. And what's funny is the idea of winning something. People love to win something because you could have just put the shirts on the seats. You could have just done that as well. Okay. So shout out to Steve Ballmer. Let's see Simone Moore coming in on my beloved text line from the 916. I'm happy that we got a high level player without having to give up Keegan, and we kept Monk. That's from Alan. Great name, but we do spell it differently. Alan goes on, or different number. They just both end in 4 and 7, actually. 916 says, I wanted Jeremy Grant. I like Jeremy Grant. The newest report, or the most recent report on Jeremy Grant, is that the Blazers want 2 first-rounders for him. The Drive Guys had on a Blazers writer who says, yeah, they could want that. I don't think they're going to get it. So maybe Jeremy Grant isn't out of the question. Jeremy Grant could play that 4, and DeMar DeRozan could play that 2, because honestly, I think DeMar DeRozan, he can play the forward position, but I think of him as a shooting guard or at biggest a 3. I don't know that I love him at the 4 position, but apparently that's what they're going to rock with the Kings, according to Monty McNair. The 916 says, I spell it correctly. That is Alan, Alan. That is funny, Alan. That is funny. Coming up next, your boy Q from Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. Come on, Raider fans. Who else could get you a Raider guy here on the morning show? Show me some love and get your Raiders questions in. And after that, we have some fun at the bottom of the hour with What Are We Doing? The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Malik Monk plays here.
Started left, goes right, steps back, launches the 3. Nothing but net. Oh, that was just filthy. Oh, my, that was sweet.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Sacramento weather is brought to you by Bonnie.
I'm Dirk Verdorn in the KCRA 3 Weather Center, and today expect increasing cloud cover as we move from the morning on into the afternoon. It's going to feel kind of muggy with temperatures pushing into the upper 90s to around 100 degrees, and even the chance for a few sprinkles to pop up. Get the latest forecast on the KCRA 3 News and the KCRA 3 app.
It's been said an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And when it comes to a nice, cool summer, it's so true. Right now, get a complete air conditioner tune-up for just $59. Bonnie. Plumbing, sewer, electrical, heating, and air. Bonnie.com. Some restrictions apply. License 696-355.
If your passion is bass fishing, only one radio show has the action, information, and excitement of your favorite outdoor sport. Ultimate Bass, hosted by Tournament Bass Pro and California Outdoor Hall of Famer Kent Brown, takes you live to where the fish are biting every Saturday morning. Only Ultimate Bass feeds your passion with the latest news, products, tips, and advice from the pros. Ultimate Bass with Kent Brown, Saturday mornings at 5 a.m. on Sacktown Sports 1140, part of SEP's Saturday Morning Outdoors.
If you've been on the American River, it's uphill, it's downhill. There's trails everywhere that you can walk, and it just makes you happy. And I couldn't walk, and it was terrible. I was turning into a real crab. I went to the Good Feet store and I tried on the arch supports. I could not believe that I was not in pain. I can walk, I can run, I can jump, I can do anything. My name's Terry, and that's my Good Feet story.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
On Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Carmichael Dave is in the chat mob right now.
Guten Morgen, Dave.
Yeah, that's right. That picture of the fish and chips. Dave definitely having a grand old time over there. Well, Dave, with you out, the kids will play. And this is something that Raider fans that listen to your show and the station deserve, okay? Because you're not very nice to them. And yes, we have a Niners guy coming later in the show, Jose Sanchez, but enough about that. It's time for some Raider time. And we are joined by my guy we kicked it with in Vegas. He was running Vegas out there. We are talking to your boy Q of Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. Q, how you doing, man? Good morning. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, man, thanks for having me on the show, man. I love me some Sacramento, so Sacktown Sports. What's up? 916, what it do?
That's what I'm talking about, Q. That's the energy we need right now to wake the people up on this Friday. Now, we talk about energy, Q, and what I'm seeing, the reports from the two quarterbacks, Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew of the Raiders. I don't know if that's the energy we want. Can you talk about what's going on out there and how they're looking? Is it as bad as what people are saying?
I mean, unfortunately, the problem is there's not enough energy. Mm-hmm. There's not enough good to talk about right now when it comes to Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. Doesn't mean that they haven't had moments. They have, but the problem is they haven't had consistency, right? They haven't had that one moment where I walk away from practice and say, okay, that's the guy. There's no doubt about it. The Raiders were off yesterday, but on Wednesday, Gardner Minshew had his opportunity to be with the ones or start off with the ones, and he looked better, right? He ran the offense better. So if you're keeping track, maybe he has a slight edge in his quarterback competition. But let me tell you, it's very, very close because neither one of these guys has taken, as Antonio Pierce said, the bull by the horns.
There you go. We are talking to Q, your boy Q of Raider Nation Radio, Las Vegas Sports Network, ESPN Las Vegas. Well, let's talk about the good, Q. And, of course, you have Max Crosby, who is a dog on that defensive line. You also have Christian Wilkins. And we know that it's going to be just party time every time these dudes try to get after the quarterback. But the question is this defense, like we've seen other defenses throughout the NFL throughout the years, is this defense good enough to overcome the QB play? Could they carry this Raiders team?
I mean, I think that they're going to have to be honest. I think they really are. And look, they look better right now. And I know it's early. They've only had 6 practices, so I don't want to get too far ahead of myself. But the defense looks better than it did what we remember at the end of last year. And they were really thinking good at the end of last year. But you mentioned it. The addition of Christian Wilkins all of a sudden really unleashes everybody from Max Crosby to Malcolm Kuntz, Tyree Wilson, who was the first-round pick a year ago. Right? All these guys now have a bigger opportunity because they have the big fella in the middle, the defensive tackle, to shut down the pocket. So no quarterback can step up in the pocket. So that's really looking good. But I'll tell you, man, I think that the real highlight so far at training camp has been the secondary, right? I mean, Dak Jones, who was a newcomer last year, the Raiders picked him up halfway through the season off waivers from the Patriots. And then Jacorian Bennett on the other side. He's the second-year guy from Maryland. He's a 4th-round pick. All of a sudden, he's stepping up, and he's playing some really good ball right now. Again, it's against themselves. It's not joint practices. So, again, don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but it looks really good right now. So this defense has a chance to be special.
Talking to Q, Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. Q, you talked about your love for the 916, and this guy isn't from the 916, but he's from Northern California. Brock Bowers, Napa boy, and we're hearing some great things about him. These hybrid tight ends that they can fly and do a bunch of different things. As Madden just released the top tight end list, is this a guy who might be cracking that list in a couple years or sooner than you think? Is he poised to have a breakout season? How good could Brock Bowers be?
Oh, I think he could be special, man. He is as advertised. It's amazing. Just watching him, I keep looking, okay, where's 89? Where's 89? And the Raiders have been finding ways to get the ball in his hands, whether it's on a jet sweep, lining up in the backfield, getting him a quick hitter, and it's what he does after he has the ball in his hands. He's fast, he's big, he's strong. He is not easy to bring down, and so he's excited. The first day they put pads on, he said, man, it's football now. I can actually, play football. Let's go. So he doesn't say a whole lot of words. He's not going to be a great quote, let's get it that way, but he is a fantastic player. So, yeah, he's definitely one. If they can get a quarterback to consistently get him the ball, he's going to be a player. And then you've got Michael Mayer, who was the second-round tight end out of Notre Dame a year ago. You have that 1-2 punch right there. Again, could be really good. You just got to get consistent quarterback play, whether that's Aiden O'Connell or Gardner Minshew, a combination of the two. I don't know what it is, but somebody's got to figure out how they're going to get that guy the ball.
Q, I got my list of questions, but I'm going to break away from one here because this was a guy, and I know the whole Netflix thing didn't do him well. And you know where I'm going, Q, because I talked about this a long time ago, and he looks good down there in NOLA in New Orleans. I mean, no flyer on Spencer Rattler? You keep on bringing up the quarterback position. Why not just take a flyer there?
That was a good question, right? I thought that was a possibility that maybe the Raiders would have selected, Spencer Rattler. I remember him when he was coming out of high school.
Right.
I remember his whole college journey. And, he really did some good things in South Carolina, kind of revigorated and rejuvenated his college career. And so, that was a guy that I thought was a possibility too. But Tom Telesco, the GM, said, look, there was no quarterback that we saw after the handful that went in the first round that were better than what we already had. So that was their evaluation. That was their breakdown. They didn't believe that, he's better than the guys, Aiden O'Connell and Gardner Minshew. So we'll see, right? And look, I mean, maybe, after a couple more days of practice, maybe one of these guys will start to separate, but it just hasn't happened yet. And it might end up being at the end of the season, okay, the whole team is in place. Everything looks good. Now I need to go get a quarterback. Maybe that's free agency. Maybe that's the draft. Maybe it's a combination of the two. Who knows?
Well, and I'm not even going to lie to you, Q. I mean, I saw one throw. I saw one throw with Spencer Rattler, and I told y'all I am that fan. I'll tell you that much. Talking to your boy, Q, Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. Q, as you know, there was a little bit of drama with the departure of Josh Jacobs. He's with Jordan Love now hanging out with the Green Bay Packers. How much will he be missed, and what can you say about the running back position, especially when you're talking about the questionable quarterback play?
Yeah, I mean, Josh is going to definitely be missed, right? I don't want anyone to think that you could just replace him. I know a lot of the teams around the league are like, oh, running backs are running backs, but Josh was special, man. He was a special dude. He was a really good blocker, right? A lot of times people don't even think about the blocking. They just think about running between the tackles. But he writes himself out of Vegas, unfortunately. Tom Telesco looked at the running back position, said there's no more bell cows. It's running back by committee, and that kind of told me then that Josh Jacobs wasn't going to be back. But I like what Zamir White brings to the table. James Craig is the offensive line coach for the Raiders. He comes over from the 49ers, so they have that system in play where, they kind of, I don't want to say create running backs, but I think that him and between Zamir White and Alexander Madison, they could be a nice little 1-2 punch. And I'll throw this name out there for you to pay attention to. Dylan Lobby. He's a 6th-round pick out of New Hampshire. Little small school, right? You don't really know what he's going to bring to the table, but the dude could play, and the Raiders really seem to like him. I know he's going to be a special teams ace immediately, but I think he's going to find his way onto the field offensively, and he can catch the ball in the backfield. He can run between the tackles. Just go ahead and punch up some of his highlights. I think he played Central Michigan last year and had like 300-yard game or something like that, multiple touchdowns. I mean, the dude can do some things, and he wears 23. He kind of looks like Christian McCaffrey. He's not Christian McCaffrey. Don't get it twisted, but he kind of has a little Christian McCaffrey build to him. The dude's he's an exciting little prospect, so I keep my eye on him to see what he can bring to the table.
Q, one more for you, and this is a simple one, talking to Q, Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. All right, Q, we just did this with the Kings, 46.5. That's their over-under, and we weren't happy about that. Raiders, 6.5. You going over or under? You got to take the black and silver shades off for this one, Q.
Oh, yeah, no, it's easy. It's easy. I'm going over it. And the reason I'm going over is 3 out of the 4 years they've gone over.
Mm-hmm.
Every time they get projected what their loss total is going to be, they go over it every time. So 6.5, I think, is easy for me. They won 8 games last year, and they went through hell and high water to get there. I think it's just because they won't have the chaos that they had last year. They should be able to definitely go over that. If they don't go over that, something went terribly wrong.
There you go. Q, bringing the heat as always. Thank you, man, for joining us here on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Q, I can't wait to kick it with you the next time I'm in Vegas. And if you are a Raider fan and you don't know who your boy Q is, you better find out. Q, thank you so much.
Hey, no problem, man. You come to Vegas, I'll come to Sacramento, man. Let's hang out. I love it.
Let's do it. Let's do it. That was your boy Q, Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. There you go, Raider fans. That is your Raider fix. And Carmichael Dave, he'd never do that for you. Coming up next, we introduce a Stiles and Watkins segment, and we bring it to the morning. It is called What Are We Doing? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out sacktownsports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on sacktownsports.com.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Cash out anytime to your bank account, PayPal, or e-gift card. Download the free Upside app now and use promo code GIFT for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. That's promo code GIFT.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you know that these days, generating growth is a challenge. By teaming with Bank of America, you'll not just stay ahead of the curve, you'll move it. With access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text message. Consent not required to purchase. Message data rates may apply.
Taking Nugenix Total T makes a huge difference for me.
Nugenix, that's the testosterone booster with TV ads with Frank Thomas, right? Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yes.
Text radio to 321-321 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know, it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Only place in the morning to get your sports fix.
Live and local.
The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Thanks again to your boy Q, the Raider guy out there in Vegas, Las Vegas Sports Network, Raider Nation Radio, ESPN Las Vegas. And Dave is in the chat mob saying that will be the last Raider segment ever. Well, Dave, maybe you shouldn't be gone for a week. I'm here until next
a week.
Yeah, well, he's already been gone.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, it's just now that Jason
Never
Ross
works,
is on his way out too. There's no one better than myself to fill in. Alan Stiles of Stiles and Watkins filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. We're gonna have a little bit of fun here. We like to call this segment "What Are We Doing?" We have a couple sports stories here, and we just simply ask that question: What are we do it.
What are we doing? What are we doing?
Thank you very much, Simone. Let's first get into this Kendrick Perkins sound as he goes off. Kendrick's been on a heater lately. He goes off on a Bulls anonymous team source. And this, what are we doing, is not for Kendrick. It's for this quote-unquote anonymous Bulls source talking about Zach LaVine.
Asked about LaVine's comments, a Bulls source responded, "He's never won. He's done it his way the whole way and never won. If he's interested in winning, he'll do what's asked of him. And if he's motivated to not be here, one way is to come, be compliant, and be who he is." The Bulls have made no secret that they have attempted to trade LaVine, who is by far the highest paid player on the roster with his 3 years and $138 million left on his contract. Perk, which is more likely to happen, do you think? The Bulls trade or make it work with LaVine?
Well, who is this source? That's the first question I have to ask, because they're out of line, right? Did the source look at themselves in the mirror? Are they holding the Bulls organization accountable? I mean, like, passing the blame all on Zach LaVine when what has the Bulls front office done lately, right? Did they win in free agency? No. Did they win with draft picks? No. Like, Billy Donovan got a contract extension. What has he done? I mean, Zach LaVine in a Bull uniform has been a two-time All-Star, Olympic gold medalist. Like, at the end of the day, and he's been playing on a broken foot at times, on the injured knee. And I'm like, well, damn, no accountability for the front office and the organization. And you go put all this blame on Zach LaVine. Like, I just want to know who that source is. Don't hide. I want you to, if you're going to say something, put your name behind it.
Yeah, I'm with Perk. What are we doing if you're the Bulls?
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
I mean, this is the quote. Let's read it again. He's never won. This is an anonymous team. I can't stress this enough. An anonymous team source. He's never won. He's done it his way the whole way and never won. If he's interested in winning, he'll do what's asked of him. And if he's motivated to not be here, one way is to come, be compliant, and be who he is. So maybe something is happening behind the scenes, but even if there is, how does this help the Bulls? You are literally giving away picks to try to get off of his contract. And now, even if he is a problem, right? It's almost like if you have a lemon car. You know, I'm not trying to be shady or anything like that, but you might leave out, all right, maybe not a lemon, but you might leave out that the AC is broken. You know, you might leave out that the heat only works sometimes. The Bulls, if you're sitting there saying, yeah, he's got a broken foot, he's on a bad contract, and he's got a bad attitude, that's called hustling backwards. What are we doing, Chicago Bulls?
It's unorthodox for sure.
What is the thought process here? Why? I mean, I know everybody needs content, but I don't think that's the type of content that you're looking for here. I don't understand, Simone, why they would do that, or why somebody would say that.
Done it his way.
That's
the whole
scathing.
way.
That is bad.
And never won.
That is not good. That is not good. Okay, next on What Are We Doing? We have something that I saw, and I want everyone to be a part of this. 916-339-1140. Call line, text line, and the chat mob. Simone, we talked about this a little bit before the show. I saw a Rams fan. Now, the Rams, they do their training camp actually at Loyola Marymount. Beautiful campus. Everybody talks about Pepperdine and yes, and San Diego State. And yes, those are beautiful. Do not sleep on LMU down there in SoCal. Beautiful campus. I got a couple friends that went to LMU. So that is where they do their training camp. And this person was basically making fun of Niner fans because she went to training camp and saw Niner fans at training camp. Now, this isn't a joint practice. This isn't a scrimmage. It's just Rams training camp. Niner fans were defending it, saying, hey, maybe those fans, they wanted to go to SoCal. They parlayed it with a Disneyland trip, whatever the case may be. I don't know what's going on, but maybe if I'm playing devil's advocate, because it's LA, but am I crazy here? Why are you going to another team's training camp? I don't get that. Maybe it's just, hey, football's football. I don't know what's weirder. going to a Rams training camp if you are a Niners fan that lives in LA, or I guess making a trip of it, you better be going to Legoland and Disneyland and California Adventure. You better be going to both. Is this a normal thing? Am I missing something? Do y'all go?
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Do y'all go to other teams' training camps?
No. The answer is an unequivocal no.
Am I missing something here?
It is not required. I hate that.
I've never heard of that. And then you go, obviously, she knew they were Niner fans because they have on Niner gear. So, we're going to go check out the competition. I don't know. Somebody's saying...
We just have to find new and inventive ways to apply ourselves and our time. That is so important nowadays. This cannot be the best thing on your docket.
But maybe this
just different teams training camp.
But maybe this just speaks to how much people love football. Right, because training camp, it's not particularly expensive, if I'm not mistaken. So, are you okay with it, Simone? If it's the parlay trip, I'm a Niner fan, and people have been hate watching LeBron for years. Okay, just walk me through it. You got 2 kiddos. All right, or maybe you don't even have kiddos. You just are an adult Disneyland person. We're going to go to Disneyland, and while we're down there, let's check out the lambs. Let's check out the lamb chops. Am I selling you on that?
Right. I need to check out Sean, what he's been drafting up, what he's been cooking up.
Maybe. Let's see how bad Jimmy G is now. Am I selling you at all?
Yeah, I guess that could be the root of it all. Just, people just
or to see his jawline.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Exactly. Just trying to look at the talent out there.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about that one.
I'm puzzled.
But that was another.
What are we doing?
Yeah.
What are we doing?
Yeah. So that was another one. I don't get it, but to each their own. I don't judge. I was just curious if it's a thing. I didn't know if it was a thing or not. If you are a misplaced fan, right? I know people. I went to school in Philly. I know people that are, Commanders fans or Cowboys fans, and I'll tell you what. I can't see them even if the Eagles practice was down the street.
Woof.
I can't see them going to Eagles training camp.
No.
Chris Watkins, who is a Vikings fan,
yes.
If the Packers for some odd reason were doing a training camp in Sacramento, and maybe that's a question for him during crosstalk. I don't think Chris would go.
No, he doesn't even like Thursday night football.
No,
he's not going.
I don't think Chris is going to watch his hated Packers or the hated Packers because it's football. I don't think so, but maybe I'm tripping. Let us know fair foul on
really
that
quickly,
one.
since we're on the subject. Is your wifey into the sports ball?
She is. I don't necessarily want to put her on blast because she will be judged. Her parents are very judged. Let's just say this. The word that would be used is the word that, fair or not, it's not her because she grew up on it.
Yeah.
But the word that would be used is bandwagon. I'll let you guess the teams it's very American teams. All right.
It sounds like my roommate afflicted
and what is that?
With the Chiefs.
No.
Okay.
I don't know if it's right. Well, here's a good question. Who is more, or I guess it's bandwagon at different times. Because my take on bandwagon is I don't really care who you choose, just don't leave. Okay.
Is it a early 2000s, very established?
It's the Cowboys.
Oh,
It's the
okay.
Cowboys.
I thought we were going New England.
But she is not as bad as, she got it from her parents.
That's fine.
She grew up and they were going to, but that's the thing. They're an hour out of Philly.
Oh.
So they get roasted by all their friends, all their family. They were, hey, Aikman's great. They grew up, Aikman, and they decided we're rocking with the Cowboys, and they haven't left. Okay. So at least they didn't leave and then go to the Eagles.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't have as much of a problem with it as long as you stay.
I just wanted to know, as we get to know each other better, if you guys have one of those household divided,
No, she knows. I mean, it'll be Raiders. She knows, right? Because it's just easier that way. It's just easier that way. But if the Cowboys got it done, I'd be happy for her and her family.
They're never getting it done.
Well, there you go.
It's not a logo. It's a rating.
That's right. So, if if the Eagles were in their hometown, I do not think they would go to that training camp because it's football. I don't think so, but maybe some people would. We have from the 916, getting back to what Kendrick Perkins said. This is from my guy, Nick. I'm tired of hearing the term sources say. Perk is right. Put your name on it. It's lazy for those hosts or writers to use this term. Come on, man. I agree, Nick. And yesterday was a complete mess, by the way. We're going to get into more Niners in the second 2 hours. We have Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. He's joining us at 8:30. But I agree, because there were people out there that literally said Brandon Aiyuk is done. The deal is done. And they knew what they were doing. And I actually have a problem with it, okay? Because there is a line, and I don't have a problem with whether you're on YouTube versus a quote-unquote real journalist. I don't have a problem with that. I have a problem with you stretching the truth, and I have a problem with you knowing what you're doing and then playing stupid. And if you post a picture or you post a graphic that says done deal and you blow up and you get your 2,000 likes and quotes and you get your pay from Elon, don't then be upset when people say, come on, man, why are you spreading this if it's not done? You can't put done deal in something, and that's a what are we doing in itself. Yesterday was a complete mess. All right, what are we doing there? Okay? Ridiculous.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
And last but not least, and I don't even know if this is a what are we doing. I just wanted to get it out there because so many people have thoughts. So Marcellus Wiley, who used to be on Fox Sports, he's now kind of doing his own thing. He comes out with a story today. He's reporting that all of a sudden, and we saw this report a couple days ago, Marcellus Wiley is reporting that today is Skip Bayless's last day with FS1. And he is the first person, as far as I'm concerned, to report this. And we knew that it was time was coming to a close for Skip Bayless and FS1. I don't know if there was an exact date, but Marcellus Wiley is reporting that it's today. Skip Bayless is done. So that's not really a what are we doing. Hopefully Skip, and I think I looked, was he 72 or something like that? I met Skip Bayless a long, long time ago when I was trying to get into the industry. I don't have any problems with Skip Bayless, the person, as far as I know him. His takes have gotten a little outlandish, and I think I'm being nice there. But it's been a good run, Skip Bayless. You did what you did, and you will forever be remembered for a bevy of reasons. He's 72 years old. If it is his last day, just go hang out with Ernestine and just enjoy the rest of your life. Honestly, I mean, there's no need to continue to go. You can still do your podcast if you want, but yeah, the word on the street is that Skip Bayless is done, and today is his last day. We'll try to get confirmation, but that's Marcellus Wiley, who clearly somebody who used to be at FS1 and now all of a sudden isn't. He's saying, here's a quote, I was given information that tomorrow will be today, Friday, will be Skip Bayless' last day on FS1. Wiley said, what's interesting about this departure is, other than the news, the headlines, how anticlimactic it is in terms of nothing publicly has been said by Skip Bayless, nothing making headlines. And frankly, internally, a lot of people in the building are saying, we're not talking about it either. Maybe that's by design, or maybe that's by residue. So Marcellus Wiley, this is, awful announcing, then took what Marcellus Wiley said, and they are reporting it today as Skip Bayless' last day, and quite the career for Skip Bayless. Whether you love him or hate him, he was around. He was around. So if it is, we wish Skip Bayless all the best, and leave LeBron alone. And Bronny, please, Skip. The shtick is old. Coming up next, we have an uncomfortable conversation about the Sacramento Kings. We open up the phone lines, 916-339-1140. Are the Kings stuck? What do I mean? Let's discuss. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Allen Southfield.
What's the missing piece for the 49ers?
Which names will they add during free agency? Whether it's in season or off season, the coverage never stops. Get the latest 49ers news on Sacktown Sports at sacktownsports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
You hope that you're never in a situation where you need representation, but if you ever are in that spot, you certainly want someone you can trust. And I'm sure you've seen all those lawyers on TV that just quickly process through case by case by case. Well, how about someone that's right here, that is local, that cares about you, cares about their own name and their brand, but certainly cares about our community? So if you're in that spot where you need representation, I suggest Jonathan Gonzalez at the Gonzalez Law Offices. He's right here in downtown Sacramento. And again, doesn't count you as just one of those many case after case after case. He will put in the time, put in the effort, get to know you, and is here to help. Whether it's wrongful termination cases, expungements, car accidents, whatever and wherever you feel the need for representation, I suggest you contact saclegaldefense.com or call them at 916-304-9187. Again, that's the law offices of Jonathan Gonzalez at saclegaldefense.com or 916-304-9187.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app. From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios, KHTK-AM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento, the only station in Sacramento giving you local sports coverage from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone. And then
boom, with Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Alan Stiles filling in for Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross. Today and all of next week, they are enjoying some time off, and we welcome you to the 8 o'clock hour. We welcome you to the show, Alan Stiles of Stiles and Watkins. Watkins will be holding down the 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. slot, and they got a great show for you coming up in a couple hours. We're still doing celebrity birthdays. We're still doing Friday Fun and Games, which Simone has cooked up. So I know, people are creatures of habit. So I thank you for rocking with me with the two guys that you're more used to out. Because I'm the same way. When I fire up a show and, somebody else is in, I think, oh, what's going on here? But thank you for giving me a shot and rocking with me on a Friday. Hopefully you got paid. If you didn't, hey, there's always next Friday, and you got a great weekend coming on up as we ask the question real quick. Simone, somebody says from the 916, Skip Bayless is done and it's a Friday. Stop it. Yeah, Skip Bayless, man. When with the first take days, Those were, it was good stuff. That was the height. Did I tell you, I don't think you were in during this story,
talk
Simone.
to me.
So I finished school and, Major League Baseball never came calling. As I say, I'm still waiting for the call, still waiting for that home run derby at Sutter Health Park.
Phone lines are open.
By the way, phone lines are open. Please. And, I'm trying to figure out what I want to do in life. I ended up getting a tech job and got into podcasting around 2016, 2017. But I was just trying to take in as much information as I could to try to, get where I wanted to be. And this was from the Bay Area. So the Warriors, I can't remember if this was their first year or the 3-1 year. I feel like it was the 3-1 year. And they were doing, the First Take was doing On Location, and it was still Skip Bayless and Stephen A. Smith.
2016.
It must have been. And they would do remote shows out there in Oakland, and I was living in Oakland. So I looked up online how to get on the show, and we got on the show, and basically you had to drive somewhere because they're on East Coast time, so you had to drive somewhere at about 4 or 5 in the morning. Okay. And
light work.
And then you had to get there early enough to be selected to be a part of the audience. And then they put you in buses to drive you to the location. Yes. And then at 4 or 5 in the morning, and then they drop you off and you get up and you're a part of it. And I don't think we still have it on DVR anymore. I think I have a picture. They asked us to be a part of the cheering crew when they walked in. So it's it's not full circle yet because I haven't ever had done a show with Stephen A. or Skip Bayless, and I don't know if I will with Skip Bayless now that it's his last day at FS1. But there's a video of me and my now wife, then girlfriend. I wasn't holding a sign, but we're cheering them on as Molly, Stephen A. and Skip Bayless all walk in.
Wow,
and I was just, all right, I gotta watch this. I gotta watch their mannerisms. This is how I'm gonna get on radio one day.
Emulate them.
Yeah. And then that's why I argue with Chris so much and why he can't stand it. And after the show, Skip Bayless stayed and spoke and took pictures with everybody. Of course, Stephen A. had places to be, so Stephen A. left, but Skip Bayless stayed and took pictures with everybody, and that's the only memory I have of Skip Bayless, and I've met the guy. So, yeah, I mean, Skip Bayless, his takes are his takes, but he always has a special place in my heart because we sat there and chat, and I still have that picture. I still have.
Did they blindfold you guys also on the bus?
Well, they could have.
Put a bag over your head?
I was so thirsty to get into media. I would have been like, it's fine. I trust you. Just let me on, dang it. So, yeah, as Skip Bayless calls it quits, apparently, or they are going their separate ways today.
I'm gonna look into it.
Yeah,
I'm not feeling this Marcellus of it all.
It's definitely a little bit of sour grapes.
Yeah,
and it's been like that. But he does know people in the building. So yeah, we will get to the bottom of that as we ask the question: are the Kings stuck? And what do I mean by that? Are the Kings stuck? Well, we talked about their over-under being 46.5 and whether or not that's disrespectful. And when you ask the question whether or not they're stuck, we have been told by Monty McNair on these airwaves with Jason Ross that this is the core they are taking into training camp. Well, what does core mean? Earlier in the show, I asked, who was your dream get? Some people had Paul George. Some people brought up Jeremy Grant. One person brought up Cam Johnson being somebody that they can still add. Okay, so what does core mean? And obviously we believe that Cam Johnson, you giving up a first rounder or 2 first rounders and paying $23 million, that guy's a starter. So what do I mean by stuck? Well, if they don't make a move, even though they're at 46.5 wins, and I think that is a bit low, let's be honest, they're probably not good enough yet to win the whole thing. Okay? So you're stuck there because you do want to win the whole thing, all right? But you already made a move. The other side is, if they do make a move, does this turn into a bit of a transition season? How many teams add 2 new starters and just run the table and win the whole thing? So if you don't make a move, you're not good enough. If you do make a move, this is clearly a transition season because you have to work 2 starters into the fold and everything else changes as far as what your rotation is, what your roles are. There are question marks already about Keegan Murray and how DeMar DeRozan will affect Keegan Murray's runway. I don't necessarily agree with them because I don't think Keegan Murray is that all-around guy. I think he's going to be an elite shooter, an elite defender, a high-level 3-and-D guy that can score at all three levels. That's what I see for Keegan Murray. Not necessarily a superstar. He's just going to do it all like Jason Tatum or somebody like that. So I don't necessarily agree with that. But if you brought in somebody else, even if it's maybe not a Cam Johnson, but if you say, hey, go get Jeremy Grant, go get Kyle Kuzma, now you're adding 2 starters into the fold, and this becomes a transition season. All right, so if you don't make a move, are they good enough right now? Probably not. If you do make a move, this becomes a transition season unless things just click immediately like Simone and I during this show, and they just go on a run. So are the Kings stuck? Is that why Monty McNair isn't sure whether or not he wants to make a move? Well, here's my argument. To make a move, to be aggressive. We know what's coming. If Lauri Markkanen and the Jazz, not that I'm afraid of Lauri Markkanen, Danny Ainge and the Jazz, but if they sign that extension, we have more on that coming up here in the next segment. If he signs that extension, the Jazz become buyers. That's another team that's going to try to be good. That at least means they're going to try to be good. You know, Game of Thrones, a lot of you love Game of Thrones. Winter is coming. Wemby is coming. Wemby is coming sooner than later. The Western Conference isn't getting any easier. And if you ask me, they're stuck right now because they're actually in both positions. They're not good enough to win it all right now. And at the same time, they are in a transition season. If you're not good enough to win right now, you're already in a transition season. So in my opinion, why not take a swing? We know Monty McNair wants to be flexible, but why not go out there and take a swing and just make this whole thing a fresh start now? Not I'm just saying blow it up, but add another starter and just start that gelling process now. If you're not, Ricky Bobby, if you're not first, you're last. What is the point of going through this season to get to your 47, 48 wins and lose in the second round and then say, okay, we already knew we weren't good enough. These price tags aren't changing. You know, I know people that keep saying, oh, the housing market is going to bust. You know those friends that you have? It's going to bust. It's going to bust. I'm waiting. A lot of them just end up moving. They just end up moving because it has not busted yet. All right? This market, and maybe I'm wrong. Okay, I'm here through Friday. We're going to have different people on the show as far as, you know, we had Brett Siegel on earlier in the show of Clutch Points. Maybe the market will bust at some point. But as of right now, the price is the price. We're stuck in this cycle where it's, okay, we don't think that X player is worth this amount. Then they say, well, we do. Unless you're dealing with the Chicago Bulls, and a lot of people are high on Josh Giddey, unless you're dealing with Chicago Bulls, you get Caruso for Josh Giddey. All right? A lot of people have things to say about Josh Giddey, but he's got a lot of promise. So the Bulls actually feel like that was a good deal. So these price tags, they have not shifted yet. Maybe they will. But my argument is, if you're already in a transition period, what are you waiting for? Go out there and just get your other starter right now. De'Aaron Fox is going into his 8th season. He's in the middle of his prime. Sabonis is in the middle of his prime. Oh, nobody saw the Timberwolves figuring it out. They were a laughingstock the season before. Rudy Gobert and Karl-Anthony Towns, how are they going to make that work? Now everyone's worried about the Timberwolves. Now they're the second best team in the West. OKC still has more picks. They still have more picks coming. And they have trade assets. I read something yesterday, Bleacher Report. They had 2 OKC players for best trade assets. Cason Wallace and Lou Dort. So OKC isn't getting any worse, all right? You have the Denver Nuggets. I'm not high on the Denver Nuggets, but you got to respect Jokic. You got to respect them. The Clippers, they might exit the chat. We had Brett Siegel on earlier this week. The Lakers are doing something. I don't know what, but they're doing something. So if you don't think you can win the whole thing this season, then what are you waiting for? What are you waiting for? Are the Kings stuck? I believe they are. I believe they're better than 46.5, but I also believe in striking while the iron is hot. And I get it. The market is what it is right now. You don't want to overpay. I'm not saying to overpay. You have your untouchables. Don't touch Keegan Murray. Okay? I'm not saying move off of Keegan Murray. I'm not saying to blow it up. I'm not saying go all in. But if you got to slightly overpay, look at the Timberwolves. You can say what you want about Rudy Gobert. I know he gets memed. This is the team of memes. And then you have Anthony Edwards, who most people love. Yes, they may have overpaid for Rudy Gobert. But look where they're at now. What happened after the Timberwolves did that? They had their transition season last season, and then they figured it out this season. So why are you going to go through a version of a transition season this season just to say, well, we already knew we weren't good enough, but now we know? Do we think the market's going to be completely different? Why would it now be completely different when it hasn't changed the last 2 years? So I'm not saying to blow everything up and lose all your picks, but sometimes you got to overpay a little bit. When you go to a ballpark, right? Maybe not Sutter Health. They got great prices for most stuff. But when you go to a ballpark, you know you're overpaying. If you are one of those Niner fans going to a Rams training camp and you're also going to Disneyland, you know that turkey leg is a little bit too expensive, but it's worth it for the smile on your little kid's face. It's worth it for the smile on your husband or wife's or significant other's face. You have to overpay sometimes. I'm not saying blow it up, but I don't really understand a transition season just to possibly have another transition season. Nobody's getting any younger, and the West is simply getting better. Coming up next, speaking of the West, are the Utah Jazz, or is the Utah Jazz and Danny Ainge, are they losing leverage as it pertains to Lowry marketing? Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross, Stiles filling in.
Our first year as the radio home of the San Francisco 49ers is one we will never forget.
And Logan Ryan picks him up. Looks like they're playing man. LaPorta's over there as well. It's 5 out. It's empty on 4th down. Goff back. Not going to get out to his right. Being chased. Throws. And it is incomplete. The 49ers take over on 4th down again.
Congratulations to the 49ers on a terrific year. And thank you for so many wonderful memories.
Hey, it's Carmichael Dave here for my friends at American Energy, and I got a question for you. Have you recently had a technician diagnose your HVAC system, and you were surprised at the cost of the repair? Of course you were. How are we supposed to know how much it costs? Maybe something was off about their quote. Well, at American Energy, they take pride in giving honest, straightforward solutions to getting your system up and running. That's why they have an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. That's why they've been around the greater Sacramento area since 1981. Have one of their qualified technicians come out and give you a second opinion for free. What do you have to lose other than dollars off of your initial quote? It costs you nothing. American Energy Heating and Air is at 916-520-9990 or AmericanEnergyAir.com. American Energy, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Give them a call, 916-520-9990.
Call 916-520-9990 now.
Sacktown Sports. Call or text at 916-339-1140.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Alan Stiles filling in today and all of next week. The guys are taking some time off. Carmichael Dave is kind of taking some time off. He's still in the chat mob on YouTube. And if you are in your car and about to get out of your car, you can fire up the YouTube as well and hop on in here, getting some love on the text line. Simone's always getting love. Simone, they're calling you a legend and things like that. There you go. Shout out to the legends out there. And yeah, some people are enjoying this, so we appreciate you.
No. They think they're talking to Simone Biles.
Oh yes, that's right.
Get it.
And we will get into that. Who's hot? Who's not? Of course, Simone Biles doing her thing, and Sha'Carri Richardson just getting started. She ran earlier today in the opening rounds. Obviously, the finals come a little bit later, but Sha'Carri off to a good start as well. Let's get that gold count up. You gotta catch China, okay, and these other countries that are ahead of the U.S. U.S. still has the most medals, but like I said,
we send the most people.
That's also true. That's a big boat.
It's a big boat.
You know, my mom is from Panama, and Simone, I keep on going. Me and my wife, we keep on going back and forth because I got home, I recorded the opening ceremony because I wanted to see the boats.
Yes,
and she keeps telling me that we somehow missed it. And you know, when you have a little one, maybe you could have missed something. But I said, no, it was in alphabetical order. She said maybe it wasn't, right? I thought it was in alphabetical order.
If I understood it correctly, I think it's in the French alphabet, and it goes a little differently. I hope I'm not really putting egg on my face, but that's why it wasn't as
I missed Panama.
Sense.
And speaking of
Panama was there.
I
seen him. Yeah, I seen him.
Well, now I owe her an apology.
You can. Don't you guys have Peacock? Please tell me you got
No.
Peacock.
I had it before because of Bel Air. I mean, you got to watch Bel Air.
Right.
Bel Air season 3 coming out soon.
And you still owe me Love Island USA.
Oh, no.
Too.
We're about 3 episodes in.
Oh, good.
Yes,
Yay,
we're about 3. So we only
guys.
have 45 more to go.
Anyways, Peacock would definitely have it, and you can watch the whole thing, right?
I got to fire it back because then my mom sent me something on Instagram. I mean, she sends me 12 things a day with the Panamanian Olympians, and I thought Panama didn't have any. I didn't see the boat.
You guys brought?
There's no way I don't think it's more than 3. I don't
really?
think. I don't think, but I gotta check.
And she's gonna like a 6.
She's gonna call in, and I'm gonna say, hey, just text me. All right, we're not doing that today,
okay,
Mom. We have a new audience.
Yes, and I'm gonna go look it up. I really hope I wasn't wrong. I think that of course, it starts with Greece. It ends.
You're
with
probably
France,
right because I sat there and
it was a different alphabet in accordance to the French language.
I tried to do it. I tried to find it, and I was unable to find it. So we will have more Olympic updates for you throughout the show. Coming up in about 10 minutes, we have Jose Sanchez, deputy editor, 49ers on SI, to talk all things Niners, and Brandon Aiyuk and Brock Purdy, of course, and Tristan Wirfs getting paid. What does that mean for Trent Williams? But the question is Danny Ainge losing leverage? So what's being reported, and this is from Evan Siddery about an hour ago, or a little bit more than an hour ago, all signs are pointing towards Lauri Markkanen signing a new long-term contract with the Jazz next week. Utah agreeing with Markkanen on a renegotiate and extend will allow them to hit their required salary floor, which bumps his salary above $40 million in 2024-2025. The Warriors also haven't been close in offering what it would take for Utah to offload their superstar. As we know, about a month ago, it came out right before the DeMar DeRozan deal, the Kings were in on Lauri Markkanen, but Danny Ainge says, give me Keegan. And Monty McNair said, no, we're not doing that. So they went in a different direction. And I think the Kings made the right decision. And here's why. Now, what is being reported from Tony Jones, who covers the Jazz for The Athletic, and Brett Siegel, who covers the NBA for Clutch Points, now it's turning into, oh, well, Lauri Markkanen actually loves Utah, and he doesn't want to leave, and he loved to build a winner in Utah. Okay, that's fine, right? But Danny Ainge was clearly shopping this guy. August 6th is when he has to pay him. Now you're going to pay this dude and sell that you're buyers now. And they do have, they do have some players that can do some things. John Collins, I think he makes $26 million. A lot of people like John Collins, but not at that price tag. So you probably can't move him either. So you have a version of, we have Walker Kessler, who, you want a couple first rounders for him, or you want a first rounder for him, or whatever it is. I know there was a low starting price tag, but not to get back into the housing market. We all know how that goes with the starting price tag, and everybody got excited when they saw that for Walker Kessler. So you have some pieces that you're not really sure. You're overvaluing them. You don't know how you're going to move them. Like I said, John Collins, nobody wants to pay that amount of money. So in a way, you're stuck. So now you're selling. Oh, we're going to sign Markkanen. The question is whether or not you lost a leverage. Well, the answer is they did, because they held strong. We want Pajemski. We want Kuminga. We want Keegan Murray. We want your firstborn kid, whatever it is. And now you have to pay Lauri Markkanen and sell to your fan base that you're a winner. And I've heard two different things from the same people. I've heard that now they want to build a winner around Lauri Markkanen. Lauri Markkanen, for those not aware, Lauri Markkanen is 27. He is right in the middle of his prime. Okay, so you need to build a winner now. And all of a sudden, the Jazz are just going to enter the chat as contenders? It sounds like they're about to enter purgatory like the Zebo Grizzlies. That's what it sounds like. Because he's 27. You have John Collins, there's a reason nobody wants to pay that $25, $26 million. Because he's not that good. He's not worth that. He's better in theory than in reality. You have Jordan Clarkson, who I don't want to talk bad about Jordan Clarkson. He might square up on me. But Jordan Clarkson, he's a baller. He can do some things, but he's better as a sixth man. You still got Colin Sexton, who you have a bunch of pieces, right? They're almost like the land of misfit toys. And now you're trying to sell that we're just gonna extend him because we didn't see anything good enough. And now we're gonna build a winner. I've also read that now they want to enter the Cooper Flag sweepstakes. So I don't know which it is. So even if you stink this season, that doesn't mean you're going. What if you don't get Cooper Flag? So now you're stuck with Lauri Markkanen, which I guess you can move him after you paying him the money. And maybe that's what all this is. You know what? I'm just going to hold him. I'll pay him. And eventually, maybe a year or so down the line, then we'll move him if it doesn't work out. Maybe that's the Danny Ainge play. Because the idea that you're just gonna, we were sellers and now all of a sudden we're buyers now. The idea that you're just gonna flip something that quickly, it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. I know Danny Ainge, he's been doing this for a very long time, one of the best GMs, but you're not fooling anybody, all right? Everybody called your bluff. Both sides called each other's bluffs. If you're the Kings, we're not doing Keegan. If that's the situation, we're moving on. All right, the Warriors, whether you agree with the Warriors or not, right, we're not giving you 18 pick swaps and Brandon Pajemski and or Jonathan Kuminga. And I don't know who the other teams are involved with. Ramona Shelburne last week said it's more than the Warriors. It's 3 or 4. We asked Brett Siegel if the Kings could still be involved in that. He didn't think so now that they got DeRozan because of who they'd have to give up. And we know that the question was Keegan Murray. So Danny Ainge is going to sell this, or he's going to try to repackage this and rewrap this like, we didn't like what we saw, so now we're just going to be a contender. Okay. In this West, okay. And by the way, each day that passes, there are less free agents on the board. All right. So now you're thinking of trading. And again, it's the same guys. I mean, Jordan Clarkson might have the most trade value on that team. I'm telling you right now, nobody wants that John Collins contract. I don't think. Maybe, and you're not going to do business with the Warriors because at that point it probably would have just gone south. It reminds me, as Simone brings up Love Island, it's okay to have standards in a relationship, but sometimes those standards are a bit unrealistic. And sometimes you got to look in the mirror, and I'm not saying settle, but I'm saying, you know what? I'm pretty happy with who I have. You keep waiting, and next thing you know, you're whatever age, and you're wondering, why have I never had a boyfriend or a girlfriend or a husband or a wife? And it's, maybe your standards are just a little bit too high. I'm not saying to not know your value, not know your worth, but maybe you're just doing a little bit too much, a little bit too much, because now you're going to try to sell this. We're going to build around Lauri Markkanen. Well, isn't that what you were trying to do the last couple years? How did that work out for you? By the way, Colin Sexton has been playing some of the best basketball of his life, and it hasn't mattered. You are a footnote. You're not even a footnote. You can't even get into the play-in. So maybe that's building a contender. Just get into the dance, get into the play-in. Maybe it's get into the play-in this season, then make another move. It's a 2-year, 3-year deal, which brings me back to the Kings. If you are worried about Lauri Markkanen and Danny Ainge and the Jazz, that's another team that's not going to be bad for a long. The only team in the West that I'm not sure whether they'll be good again is the Blazers. I have no clue what the Blazers are doing, but everybody else, depending if the Jazz do go in this direction, you're not fooling me. As in, you're not gonna be worth a dang this coming season. But maybe Danny Ainge could cook something up in the coming seasons. Maybe I could see that. He's got asset. He's got the trade pieces and things like that. So it's another reason for the Kings to not waste this time. All right. So did Danny Ainge lose leverage? Yes, he did. but I'm not going to count him out just yet. Coming up next, Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. We talk some Niners, and then we get into who's hot, who's not. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Stiles online.
Trying to find out where to catch your favorite team's games?
Are you a fan of the Kings, Niners, and the NFL? Well, Sacktown Sports has you covered.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
It's all on his shoulders. Cox rocks. He fires for the win. He's got the triple.
Catch all your Kings, Niners, and NFL games all year long on Sacktown Sports and SacktownSports.com.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
As a roofer, I don't have time to fail. Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon. Beacon's unique network of branches work together to get me what I need when I need it. And with the Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips. Now through September 15th, purchase high-quality GAF with Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Sacramento's official home for the San Francisco 49ers.
Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in today and all of next week. Alan Stiles from Stiles and Watkins, by the way. Watkins still taking care of you 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. while Jason Ross, Carmichael Dave enjoy some time off. I'm not sure what's happening in the afternoon. Yeah, Whitey is gone too. I believe pretty sure Kyle Draper's going to be there. But yeah, and Chris will bring you up to speed on all of that. Chris on with our Sacktown Sports Kings insider, Brandon Nunez. They got a great show for you coming up in about an hour and a half, and we will do our crosstalk thing with Friday Fun and Games. We are joined now by my guy, Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. Jose, thank you so much for joining us, man. Happy Friday.
Hey, Alan, the man Stiles. What's going on, my man?
Man, not too much. Just really curious. Let me first do this. All right, I got my questions down. Don't get me wrong. What did you think about yesterday? And I know we go back and forth with, are you technically a journalist? Are you just a content creator? There's a bit of a beef between YouTubers and people that work for literal outlets. Jose, there was some madness yesterday with, it's a done deal and the Brandon Aiyuk thing. What did you think about that mess? All started by Colin Cowherd with some eye emojis. What did you think about that, man?
that's kind of the way the state of the game is now, right? Where it's just looking for more of a little bit reactionary. We're trying to move some dominoes here, try to see if we can create a little effect, get people to react, and then maybe try to pull out some nuggets if someone actually does know something. But I think that's also like the name of the game too, in a way where, especially if you look from the 49ers perspective, it's, look, you guys drag this on to create the situation yourself. And it's been that case for every player for the last 4 years, and it kind of really started initially when they traded DeForest Buckner. Once you made that crazy trade to do, and, Kyle Shanahan still says to this day, like, I did not want to do that. That was hard, but we had to. And the moment you did that, and now every time a player comes an extension, the way you guys drag it on, it's like you open yourself up to all of this.
Yeah.
So really, as much as it kind of could be like a little annoying, or people are kind of fed up, or it's like, maybe some people do actually like it, it's just the reality of, look, the Niners created this. You guys could have addressed this early on, but no, this is the standard you operate under, which I don't know why. So it's really kind of their own doing. So this is unfortunately the part of it that we have to deal with.
Talking to Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. As we talk about the Brandon Aiyuk thing, Jose, I'm on record saying that Brandon Aiyuk, just give up, man. Just give up. You're holding in. You're not even fully doing it. Mark Schlereth had some very strong words for Brandon Aiyuk. He's dapping people up. And, of course, we had to analyze the dap and all of that. Then all of a sudden, DJ Moore gets paid. And DJ Moore gets paid, and not to disrespect DJ Moore, but he gets paid $27.5 million a year. And when that happened, I thought, okay, maybe Aiyuk was onto something, because if DJ Moore is getting 27.5 and Aiyuk was initially offered 26, that's probably the receiver that you can say, look, man, this isn't even about trying to get the most money, but yes, now this offer is literally disrespectful. So pay me what you know I'm worth, or trade me. Do you think Brandon Aiyuk played this right?
No. No, I understand why he wants to do this. He's well within his right, of course. It's like, I'm not going to step onto that field and get hurt without a new deal. Like, come on, you guys are playing me. I get it. I totally get his frustrations, everything. I'm on his side for that. However, he has to read what hand he's been dealt, and the hand he's been dealt is controlled by the 49ers. The Niners are the dealer; they know all the cards. It's like when you go to the Vegas casino, it's like, "Is this a 21?"
Right?
And they're like, "No, it's not a 21. You're gonna bust, and I already know you're gonna lose. I'm gonna win." So that's pretty much the 49ers, dude. The Brandon Aiyuk does not have an inkling of any leverage here. So really, I had suggested before, and I wrote about it, that, Aiyuk, look, and initially hold out, but don't make it more than a week or two, because at that point, that's pretty clear. Like, look, you're not going to help yourself. If you show up, then cool, that'll be a positive sign for the 49ers. And I'm like, okay, he showed up. This maybe we're a little more prone to extend you. And then for him, you think about who the last two players that the Niners have extended that have dragged us on: Deebo Samuel and Nick Bosa. How did their respective seasons go? At least to start, right? Sluggishly, both of them. If Aiyuk, you want to do that, playing on your rookie, on the final year of your rookie deal, and hurts your value more for your new team or the Niners again if you go back to the table. But either way, he has no leverage. It's not going to work. Like, I get he's an integral part of the offense. He's great, especially for passing wise. But look, compared to him and Trent Williams, who's more vital? It's definitely for Brandon Aiyuk compared to other players. Trent Williams compared to other players. So Aiyuk is just it's a bummer. Especially because the DJ Moore deal, like, that's something I think, like, that's a good ballpark. Like, okay, he could probably beat that 27.5 salary, like give him 28 or 29 and call it a day. And then I think it also goes to the guarantees too for him. Like, what is it? DJ Moore got 82 or 83, something like that. So how do you bridge that out between him and the next player? So it's all these like little like intricacies and these details in these contracts that they're probably holding over. And like for Aiyuk, he's probably still hung up on like, nah, I want more than that. I want Amon-Ra money. And it's like, yeah, well, you know what? You're not Amon-Ra. I get you probably would be better in a passing offense, probably get those numbers, but the reality is you're never going to be that in our offense. So that's where probably the huge, disagreement and stalemate is at, because it's like, I know I'm that type of receiver, but it's like, look, we know you're that type of receiver, but you're never going to be that type of receiver in this offense.
Right. And it's, okay, well, trade me. And then the Niners say, no, we also don't have to do that either. Talking to Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. Be sure to check out his work. He is pumping out articles every single day. Now, Jose, you brought up this name, and we're just going to, I think nobody is worried, but we can discuss it anyway. How does Tristan Wirfs deal change the Trent Williams situation, if at all? Should Niner fans be worried about Trent Williams getting his money, or is that's just a matter of time?
I think it's a matter of time. And Tristan Wirfs deal probably just hits it like a little more, only because, if there was one thing that always sticks in my mind with the deals that were done by the 49ers in the last 5 years, it's when Trent Williams was close to signing with the Chiefs before Kyle Shanahan made the boss call, which, by the way, notice how Kyle Shanahan's not making the boss call for Aiyuk. But anyways, how he made the boss call on Trent Williams stealing from the Chiefs. It was literally hung over like on six figures on his average salary. That having the AAY, your average salary, like be like, oh, top position, just that flex, that prestige, even though that a player might not see all that, means so much to these guys because they do have an ego to a degree. So Trent Williams, look, he pretty much was making like 23, 24 million a year. And then you got Tristan Wirfs is 28.1. If you're the 49ers, like, look, you were going to make all this money the next 3 years. What we're going to do is we're going to upfront that. We're going to guarantee you that, and it's going to average out to higher than average salary than they're making now. So I'm seeing, okay, pay raise, and we're going to increase. We're going to make it guaranteed because Trent Williams has no more guarantees on the deal. So for him, it's like, I need that security, brother. I need that now. I think what a hang-up is, especially right now, that it's taken so long, because like, no brainer, give him what he wants, right? He has all the leverage. He's way more. Without him, our offense is a little screwed compared to losing Aiyuk. I think the hang-up is he might be looking for an actual year or two extra on his deal. Like, he might be actually looking for a real extension. And I'm not sure if your 49ers is like, you know what, Trent, you're 36 years old. You're going to be like, you were already going to be 38 at the end of this current deal. I don't know if I'm comfortable with that. And I get it. You're still playing at a high level, one of the best, but like 2 to 3 years from now, who's to say? All it takes is one random year or one injury to all of a sudden like make your gameplay steeply decline. So I think that's what a huge hang up is like they're just talking about the years. But in terms of like worrying like how long is it going to take? Is it going to be ready? Like I'm not worried about him. Trent Williams for the last few years in camp hasn't really been heavily participated anyways. But I just would like to see him probably get the deal done within the next 10 days. At that point, okay, cool. You have a month in advance to get ready for the week one. And all of a sudden now we can kick this 2024 run.
Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. Be sure to check out his work and follow him on social media. Jose, thank you so much, man. Happy Friday and enjoy your weekend.
Oh, thank you so much, Alan, for having me on, brother. I'll catch you around.
Coming up next, we talk about who's hot and who's not. And we go streaking. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in.
De'Aaron Fox plays here.
Stolen by Fox. Breakaway coming up for De'Aaron. And a simple, casual spike with the left hand. Kings lead by 3.
Sacktown Sports is your proud home of the Sacramento Kings.
Hey, get ready to rock, groove, and have a blast with the Sacktown Sports live events calendar. We've got an unbeatable lineup of shows that you won't want to miss. It's Brett Young and Chase Weiss at Thunder Valley on August 3rd. Plus, Jason Mraz and the Super Band will be rocking Thunder Valley on August 9th. Then head out of the heat to higher elevation for the Truckee Music Festival on August 9th and 10th, featuring Kip Moore and Sublime. And here's your Live Nation lineup. On August 4th, don't miss the Outlaw Music Festival at Toyota Amphitheater featuring Willie Nelson, Bob Dylan, and John Mellencamp. On August 15th, catch Donnie Osmond at Hard Rock Live Sacramento. Then on August 22nd, Creed Fisher takes the stage at Ace of Spades. And on September 10th, enjoy the timeless sounds of the Doobie Brothers at Toyota Amphitheater. Rounding out this rockin' lineup is the Lodi Grape Festival from September 12th through the 15th, featuring Joe Nichols and Smash Mouth. For information and tickets, visit grapefestival.com. And then stay tuned to Sacktown Sports for exclusive updates and your chance to win tickets.
Golf to Go is brought to you by the Hagen Oaks Golf Super Shop. Here's Frank LaRosa.
Seems as though casual players are always trying to balance the desire to hit the golf ball farther with shooting lower scores. Whether you hit a 270-yard drive or miss a 12-inch putt, they both count a stroke on your scorecard. Some of us will never hit the ball 270 yards, and trying normally leaves us well short and well right of the target. Seems as though improving our putting might be an easier way to shoot better scores. Putting is about confidence. It's about feeling the greens, seeing the line, visualizing the ball going in the hole, and making a confident stroke. Harvey Penick says, never, repeat, never allow yourself to think about what's riding on the putt, whether it's a major championship or just a 50-cent wager. Hit the putt as you've hit 10,000 putts in the past. Concentrate on imitating your final practice stroke, not on what will happen if you either miss it or make it. A positive mind will cure a lot of ills. Think about it. Really, think about it. That's your Golf to Go. I'm Frank LaRosa.
What's hot and what's not? Brought to you by American Energy Heat and Air, making the uncomfortable comfortable. Head to AmericanEnergyAir.com to find out more.
What's hot?
Yeah, hot. Real hot. And what's not?
It's not good. Brought to you by American Energy Heating and Air, Sacramento's complete heating and cooling company, and second opinion partner.
We are back. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in today and all of next week. Today with the lovely, the one and only Simone. Simone, who's hot?
Simone Biles. That's who's hot. Since 1976, every women's Olympic all-around champion has been under the age of 20. Simone Biles is, of course, 27 years old. Yesterday, she also broke a 120-year-old record to become the only U.S. gymnast to obtain 6 Olympic gold medals. Again, the most for any American gymnast, male or female, in Olympic history.
Amazing.
Pretty darn hot.
Yes, I would say so. And I saw that video of her throwing, I think she's from the Houston area, or she was throwing out.
Texas.
Yeah, she was throwing out the first pitch for the Astros. This was a couple years ago.
And she backflipped.
Well, and what's crazy is we rewatched that. I don't know what the term is. It's like a corkscrew backflip 360, and the caption was throwback to when Simone Biles did a somersault before she threw. And all the comments were, brother, that is not a somersault. That is beyond a somersault. And then she threw a strike. She's ridiculous. You know what I wish, Simone? I wish for Simone Biles, they still had sports science from back in the day where they would just find the random comparisons. Because the torque she creates and the power she has. I think I asked Jason on the crosstalk, what a couple days ago, what do you think she runs the 40 in? Because she is a ridiculous athlete, just how she is able to create that power from that body and the way she can spin and create that torque. It's got to be Simone Biles, and the torque she creates is the same as a 98 mile per hour fastball racing against a magic school bus on a Tuesday, whatever it is, something like that. So she's ridiculous. Who is not?
You know what? This might upset a lot of our listeners. Yesterday, one Brooksgate X account tweeted a graphic allegedly gathered by Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook Analytics. And astonishingly, our very own Golden One Center, according to their findings, was ranked 86th out of 90 U.S. stadiums, ballparks, and arenas.
Yeah,
so Golden One Center, not hot, apparently.
This whole thing is a complete mess. I don't really know. It's so funny when you watch something continue to pick up steam, because when I first saw it, it basically had about 60 likes, right? I saw it right when it first got posted. And then I see one Sacramento person posted and one Bay Area person posted. And it keeps going up and up and up. And now it's completely viral. The Brooksgate, I've never heard of Brooksgate. The Brooksgate icon or platform, it just says Brooksgate. There's no website. The info just says baseball, okay? And we have no clue what it is associated with. They tend to post these random, and I'm not trying to say that, don't count them or whatever it is. They tend to post these random lists. A lot of them have to do with baseball. And this is what they're saying, Simone. Every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark, arena ranked by average review rating on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and wait for it, and Facebook. And that's where you lost me.
The marketplace of ideas.
That's where you lost me. And honestly, we have no clue how they did this algorithm. So we'll let people know. Number 1 was Lambeau Field. Number 2 was PNC Park in Pittsburgh. Number 3, Camden Yards. Camden Yards is beautiful, by the way. Number 4, Busch Stadium. Number 5, Oracle Park. Number 6, Lumen Field out there in Seattle. Number 7, Fenway. Number 8, Wrigley. Number 9, the Kaseya Center for the Heat. And number 10, which that's crazy to me. And nobody's ever in there. And so number 10, Target Field in Minnesota. there's something wrong here, and I don't know if, as far as the West Coast bias or people hating the West Coast, the problem is they have 90 on the list. Out of the 90, you have one, two, three, four of the worst last 7, right? The worst 7, 4 of them are in the Bay Area. Okay, you have the Chase Center at number 83. You have the Golden One Center at 86, which is insane to me.
It's state of the art. Get out of here.
You have Levi's at 87. You might be able to sell me on Levi's, right? You have the Coliseum at 89, which again, fine. So Levi's in the Coliseum, and Levi's 87 is still way too low.
The Moda Center is better than Chase Center or Golden One Center.
And then at 88, it's not California, but they have Allegiant Stadium, which was just made. And nice. As a Raider fan, I've been there, and my buddy, he described it perfectly. He said, it's beautiful, but it's soulless. It has no soul. That's the problem with Allegiant. But it still ain't number 88 as the worst stadium out of every NFL, MLB, and NBA stadium, ballpark, arena. It still ain't 88, third worst. It's ridiculous.
American Family Field is getting rained out half the time. How could you have a great experience there?
Yeah, and if you want to include, you talk about the West Coast bias, if you want to include those other non-Bay Area places, SoFi is 85. I guess it's just places that they don't think have a good, maybe what it is, honestly, if I'm being devil's advocate, 86 or Golden One, I'm ignoring. But SoFi, I know people have issues with the home court advantage. Chase Center, a lot of people,
Whoa. SoFi, you said home court advantage?
Or home field advantage.
Yeah, but Niners pull up heavy.
But that's what I'm saying. Maybe they're saying as a Rams fan.
I was saying, I don't get that.
Right,
You're saying they're the favorite.
As a Rams fan.
I'm picking up what you're putting down now.
Levi's, I know there were question marks there. Chase Center, there have been everybody, maybe people on Yelp are always roasting Chase Center, comparing it to Oracle Center. Allegiant Center, I just talked about that. We know Oakland Coliseum is a complete mess. Commanders, they have the worst. They're number 90 at the worst. Yeah. Here's what's funny. This is why I don't even know. This whole thing is taken over. And like we said, we have no clue who Brooksgate is or how they compiled this review rating from Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. They have the Intuit Dome at 84, which isn't open yet.
It's only had soft openings.
Right. It's not even open yet.
Yeah.
There's no way. Number 1, Lambeau Field, if I recall, I know Niner fans, they got in there. They got up in there.
I've been to Lambeau Field.
Okay, PNC Park. So the problem is, I don't know if this is based on how pretty something is or how, I guess, good the home court field advantage is, because PNC Park, I know that place be empty. So I don't want to hear that. All right, Camden Yards, that they just started being good a couple years ago. Busch Stadium, Cardinals, yeah, they're pretty legit. But then you have Fenway and Wrigley at 7, 8. This thing is a complete mess.
But against those metrics, surely we can't be classifying Kings fans.
That's what I'm saying.
86
really just the Kings Golden One Center being, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5th worst according to review ratings on Yelp, Google, TripAdvisor, and Facebook. Look, maybe there are prices involved. I don't know. Some other notables. Yankee Stadium at 37. You have TD Garden at 56. Madison Square Garden at 27. Dodger Stadium at 28. There's just some random places in here. OKC at Paycom Center at 18. Petco Park at 19. It's just random. It would be nice if they followed up with, okay, this is how we compile these metrics. But again,
and I apologize because I brought it to the forefront.
Yeah. No, it's okay. It's okay.
Not hot.
It's okay.
They're not hot.
Let's go streaking.
It's time to go streaking.
We're going streaking! Yeah!
Who is the Nostradamus of MLB? Who can keep the streak going? It's time to go streaking.
What the hell are you doing?
Now,
Streaking.
this is going to get a little confusing because I'm not in on Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
I'm in with you on Wednesday and Thursday, not to give away the whole playbook.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we're going to do some sort of joint, me and Kyle will be
That works.
selecting. We'll
That
be
works.
streaking together.
By committee. Like the Raiders running back room. By committee. There you go.
So, Alan, have you ever played this game before? Are you familiar with
I haven't played, but I know how it is played.
Okay. Do you want to go first?
Sure, I will go first. This is a guy that I really wanted on the San Francisco Giants. Sometimes he can rub people the wrong way, but I don't mind because I might be get off my lawn if you're playing volleyball outside my building at 10:30, but I'm not get off my lawn when it comes to bat flips and being who you are. I'm going with the newest Yankee, Jazz Chisholm, who's been on fire lately.
Wow.
Jazz Chisholm.
Funny you mentioned the Yankees. I wanted to go very, very standard practice, but I've never selected him, and I am thinking about my guy, Jason Ross.
Uh-huh.
Everyone all rise for Arson Judge.
Wow, Arson
Judge.
Okay.
You heard it here first.
So it's a big day for the Yankees as they take on the Blue Jays, who I thought the Giants were going to get Vladdy.
Yeah.
I thought the Giants were going to get Bo Bichette and his good hair.
Not around here, partner.
That's right.
Not around here.
Speaking of, Gerard Encarnacion pulled up from Sacramento to the Giants. Supposedly he's a big bopper. Okay, he's been big bopping in Sacramento, so maybe he could add some pop. But Simone going with one Aaron Judge.
Standard.
Is he still a NorCal guy? Is he still I was so sick of that. At one point, I love the Giants. No, you love money, and I don't hate you for it. But can we stop with that? You kissed the Yankee logo on your jersey. You were never leaving, Aaron. The Giants were a pawn. Right. So just be honest about it. I don't want to hear about Arson Judge. Jazz Chisholm, my guy, stay hot. He's hit about 18 homers the last 2 games, going crazy. So let's keep that going. We went streaking, and we will see how it ends up on Monday. Coming up, Niners at 9. Was I wrong about the Brandon Aiyuk situation? We just talked to Jose Sanchez, who doesn't think I was, but let's discuss, did the Niners lose leverage? And we asked the question, how many QBs can beat Patrick Mahomes right now? Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Did you miss any part of our live local shows? Don't worry, you never have to miss them again. Check out SacktownSports.com and search our podcast page and play our shows when you want. The Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and The Drive Guys. Plus, other podcasts like Return of the Empire, Return of the Roar, the Stingers Up podcast, and Golf to Go with Frank LaRosa.
They're all available right now on SacktownSports.com.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges and have a brighter future.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding. I'm a speaker, I'm an author. Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today.
If you or someone you love is asking for help, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Summers are for Sacramento River Cats baseball. Make your plans to head to the ballpark this week while the River Cats are at home. This week's promotions are highlighted by Marvel's Defenders of the Diamond Night on Saturday, August 3rd. Meet Iron Man and Spider-Man. Bid on limited edition Marvel jerseys benefiting the River Cats Foundation, and stick around post-game for a Marvel-themed fireworks spectacular. Fan costumes are highly encouraged. For more details and to purchase tickets, visit rivercats.com.
From the Power Business Technology Toshiba Studios.
Your home for Kings basketball for over 25 seasons.
No look, Bibby to Weber, down the lane, flying jam. There's your play of the night right there. It's inside is Sabonis, a two-hand rip, a brilliant long pass from De'Aaron Fox.
KHTKAM Sacramento, KYMX HD2 Sacramento.
Sacktown Sports.
The Carmichael Dave Show.
He's on the microphone when he's not on the microphone. He's playing a song, and when he's not playing a song, he's on the microphone, and then boom.
With Jason Ross.
No, he didn't. Yes, he did.
Call or text at 916-339-1140.
It's the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross on Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in one more hour with you.
Oh, you're almost done. We're almost done.
We are almost done.
How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Those first 3 hours, really the first 2 hours flew by, and then you look up and it was 8 o'clock, and now 8 o'clock is over.
Coffee doing okay? You already crushed it?
Well, that's the thing. I like to get a little refill, and I think I'm not going to lie. I mean, I'm a team player in a lot of ways, but I'm still new to this coffee thing. I don't make the coffee. I'm not going to make the coffee.
You don't make the coffee here, you mean?
I've never made the
coffee. A pot of coffee.
I've never made when you got the beans and everything.
Yeah. Yes.
Maybe once or twice when I was still at the tech job, but I just wait for other people to make it. So during one of the breaks, like I said, I'm I'm new to this coffee thing, 15 months in, because that's how old Baby Styles is. The little, if you have the new ones with the cups, I can do the cups.
I think it's Nespresso.
Yeah, I can do those, but I went out during a break, and when I have a little bit left of coffee left, I'll then go I'll go re-warm it up with a little bit more, and I was too early, and there was nothing there, so I just walked on back.
Oh my.
My argument is I didn't have enough time.
You're showing you definitely have never worked in hospitality. You've never had to make pots of coffee. It's crazy.
I got the cups.
I got the cup.
Yeah. We talked to HR. I need a cup. I need the cups.
Espresso. Yeah, we'll get you set up.
I mean, we don't have a lot of time, Simone.
Yeah. Yeah, and it just
every
sits
time
there,
I look
you
at
just
you,
press a button, and
every time I look at you, I say how much time for a break. You tell me 1:45.
I know. It's
so
that time of year.
Maybe it'll be made
days
now
of summer, so there's not a lot of inventory, respectfully.
Yeah,
but we're gonna keep it going.
Maybe it'll be made now, okay? Because
they've
not
definitely heard you.
Probably.
Someone will bring you coffee. Maybe your other half.
No, he's juiced to get a little break.
He's moving on without you.
That's right.
No, he's gonna miss it. He's gonna be, and it's gonna be 1:20 in the afternoon. He's gonna be like, man, I wish I was Styles.
Should I at the end on Monday? Should we reintroduce ourselves to each other again?
Yes.
That's can you believe the next time we do a show together is in the normal capacity is
mid-August.
August. I think it's August 12th.
Yeah. That's insane.
Crazy. We're going to have to, reintroduce ourselves to each other.
Also, are you going to, I know Dave's been, I don't have a better word. He's been like inception for this show.
Yes.
For himself. Are you going to inception your own show and be in that chat later?
I got a tea time today. I literally have a tea time at 11. What is it? 11:10.
Nice.
So no.
See, now you're becoming Dave.
But maybe it's because I can't stand to hear Chris on with someone else.
Oh.
So I'm probably gonna take, because word on the street is they have a Sacramento Kings player joining the show. I will let them get into that. I won't spoil that. And they also have old friends. I'll put it to you like that. Old friends of the station joining the show as well. So I'll probably take that information for my show on Monday and Tuesday. But yeah, live, I can't do it live.
Okay.
I can't.
I'm too fair.
I'm too fragile. I'm too fragile. You talk about Love Island, a bombshell. Brendan's the bombshell who comes in, and I don't want to deal with that.
Bombshell has just entered the Sacktown Sports
I don't
want to.
I can't deal with that. I don't got the heart for that. Okay. As we get into a little bit of Niners at 9, and how wrong was I about the Brandon Aiyuk situation? Well, not very wrong, according to Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. But before we get into that, did want to give some updates on some other QBs around the league. Geno Smith is set to undergo testing after missing the Seahawks' last 2 practices. This is from Brady Henderson 16 hours ago. Goes on to say, my understanding is he's been dealing with hip and knee issues, said Mike McDonald. He's working through a couple things from the other day, but we'll get some imaging tonight and we'll see. Adam Schefter gave an update an hour ago, injury update, testing on Seahawks QB Geno Smith's knee and hip injuries. Did not reveal anything significant, and as one source said, he shouldn't miss any time. I really thought, it was all drawn up with University of Washington. I really thought they were going to find a way to get Michael Penix, and maybe that was their plan, but the Falcons had other plans. But yeah, the Seahawks, not really sure. They had their weird window where it was, hey, can they do something? Is Geno? They wrote me off, but I didn't write back, and now all of a sudden, I don't think Niner fans are too worried about Geno Smith and the Seahawks. They got legit weapons, and their defense is always respectable. Their defense is young. Their defense is hungry. But, yeah, I just don't know how much you're worried about Geno Smith, even though he does have weapons. Again, they are rolling out Geno Smith, Sam Howell, who was supposed to save the Commanders, and fellow Temple Owl P.J. Walker. So that's just not a QB room that I think a lot of people are worried about. Another QB that is having injury issues, Justin Herbert. Okay, this is from Adam Schefter. Justin Herbert was diagnosed with plantar fascia injury in his right foot after Wednesday's practice that will put him in a walking boot for 2 weeks, the team announced yesterday. After the time of the boot, Herbert will be on a gradual return to play protocol and is expected to be ready for week 1. I saw somebody, I think Zach Gelb from CBS Sports, say that they shouldn't rush Justin Herbert back. This isn't a year where they're going to do much anyway. You have obviously Jim Harbaugh into the fold, but the one season where you just flip everything and now all of a sudden you're a contender, as we talk about with Danny Ainge and the Jazz, probably not going to happen. In football, you really do get rewarded for stinking. So if you're not going to do anything, you might as well rest your star QB. By the way, Jim Harbaugh is really taking an interesting approach to the injury situation. I don't know if everybody saw this, but Jim Harbaugh, he prepared a statement where he said he's going to say this every time he is asked about injuries, where he says he says, I'm not a doctor, right? So when I get information, we'll go from there. And he said he had no update on Herbert's status, and he's really not going to ask anything. And this is what he said when asked if he knew if Herbert was injured on a play or if he had been dealing with foot pain prior to Wednesday. Harbaugh said he was not qualified to know that information. And he said a couple of days ago, he's going to say something similar to that every time he answers or is asked a question about injury, which is, I'm sure, not going to be annoying at all for the beat writers out there or down there in Los Angeles. As we get into some Niners at 9 and whether or not I was wrong about the Brandon Aiyuk situation, the DJ Moore thing to me, and one thing we didn't have a chance to ask Jose Sanchez, deputy editor for 49ers on SI. One thing I wanted to ask, but we were already in the depths. One thing I wanted to ask was, well, how do we know? He went on to say that Brandon Aiyuk wants Amon-Ra St. Brown money. We saw the dap heard around the world where he dapped up John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan. When the 27, do we know, or we don't know, when the 27.5 came out for DJ Moore, right? Is Brandon Aiyuk thinking, well, if he got 27.5, now I definitely need 29.30? Or was he thinking, okay, they initially offered me 26. I want to be in San Francisco, which is why I don't want to get fined money, which is why I am holding in and still a part of everything that's going on. Matt Barrows reported he is fully in during these practices. He's just not practicing. He's in the wide receiver rooms. He's doing everything else. Okay. So if you're doing all that, then clearly you're not solely money motivated. So did he see the DJ Moore situation at 27.5 and think, hey, all right, I'm going to go to my agent and say, hey, can we do 28? Can we do 28 and a half? I don't necessarily need, I'd rather stay with the Niners than be at 29-30 with Pittsburgh or whoever it is. And I guess Justin Fields be doing good in Pittsburgh, by the way. I know Russell Wilson's been a little bit banged up.
See that fight they got in?
I know. Is that what you want, Aiyuk? You want to do that?
Throwing hands?
Or you want to practice on a team or be on a team with, 7, 8 guys in the NFL top 100? Come on. Come on. So I don't think that he played it incorrectly if at this point now, if he's able to, put some pride aside and say, hey, are you good with 28? Because I'm good with 28. And maybe the Niners aren't good with 28, right? If DJ Moore is getting 27.5, I would like to think that John Lynch, and I'm not trying to disrespect DJ Moore. I know he has next-gen stats, and he might be a little bit underrated. But are we good enough to say, hey, 27.5 for DJ Moore? Come on, guys. Can we do 28 and call it a night? Can we just call it a night and go home? 916-339-1140. Steven wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Steven? What you got for us?
Look at you being the employee of the year.
That's right.
Being a team player out here, man. Get this man a medal.
That's right.
Get this man a medal. Put his face on the wall for everyone to see. That way they could all hate on. That way they could all be haters. You know what I'm saying?
That's what I'm saying.
A team player like my boy Allen. You know what I'm saying?
Thank you, Steven.
Anyway, good morning, man. I hope you're enjoying this early morning, man. I know it's a little bit of a switch from your normal schedule, but you're out here rocking and killing it.
No, he's feeling it. He's feeling it, Steven.
Yeah.
No, I know he's enjoying it, man. These early morning hours, man. I know you, because with your kid, man, I know you're used to things. I know you're used to waking up early, so this should be nothing to a pop. You know
That's
what I mean?
right.
I completely get it. So, man, I wanted to chime in on I wanted to switch the gears a little bit because I know you're on the BA thing, but I kind of wanted to get on with the Perk thing from earlier because my man Perk was spitting absolute gas, and I really respect Perk, man. Perk at the very beginning, he was kind of like you kind of got a little something, but my man, you're kind of speaking like Skip Bayless out here. You're kind of firing from the hip a little wild right now.
Right.
But as of recently, man, this man has been so freaking on point. He just doesn't take the BS from anybody, and he just speaks it like it is, man. And that man, Perk, dude, by far one of my new favorite people, man. So I'm really just calling in to check in, trying to keep the conversation going, man. So I hope you enjoy your day, man. Have fun with that tea time because it's beautiful today. It's beautiful. So you have a good weekend.
There you go.
You have a good day.
Thanks for the call, Steven. As always, Steven, friend of the show. Yeah, Perk, and if you missed our What Are We Doing, Kendrick Perkins was roasting the Bulls, who there was an anonymous source who came out, or anonymous team source who came out and basically just essentially roasted Zach LaVine's character and said he's never won anything. If he wants to get moved, he needs to follow what we're telling him to do and fall in line. And basically my argument was it's not really a matter of whether Zach LaVine is putting up a stink or not. You're the Bulls and you have no leverage. So I don't know why you're going to make it known that you have on top of having no leverage, you also have somebody that's injured and has an attitude problem. So as much as it was about being disrespectful, it was also about hustling backwards. And that whole situation there. But getting back to the Brandon Aiyuk thing, yeah, I think that there are a lot of different ways to look at this, but I do think he played it correctly, opposite of what Jose Sanchez said. If he just gets out now, Jose brought up Vegas. You got to leave while the table is hot. Okay, you got to leave while the table is hot. Let's get to Letitia, who wants to be a part of the conversation. What's up, Letitia? What you got for us this morning?
Hey, what's up? How are you this morning? Hey, Simone. So, this whole Aiyuk thing is like bothering me because I want him to stay in San Francisco. I honestly think if you have to make a choice between him and Debo, I'm sorry, Debo's a little older. I think that BA carries a little bit more value. And I believe he just did a little bit more, especially during the Super Bowl. I think the ball should have gone to him more. So I think whatever the Niners need to do to keep him, they need to do it, period. And I like what you said, throw around 28. See what the Niners say.
Mm-hmm.
I think 28's a good number for him. Whatever it's going to take to keep him, if they're not going to do 30, do 28, and let's sign him. Debo, he still has value. He has trade value. I'm sorry, but if I got to pick between the two, I want to keep BA, my opinion. Thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, no, thanks for the call, Letitia. And it stinks, right? It stinks that you have to pit them against each other. The reports are that the Debo connection to Brock Purdy early on in training camp, they could be stronger. And we know Brandon Aiyuk is a bit of that security blanket. Look, and I'm not comparing the two, but Patrick Mahomes, we know that he loved Tyreek Hill. But who is his security blanket? It's Travis Kelce. I mean, they are two guys. They are two peas in the pod. If your quarterback has a security blanket, that's part of the leverage that nobody is talking about. All right, there's just guys that I know where he's going to be. We've played together for years, and I just like the way he runs routes, things like that. Brandon Aiyuk also has that going for him as well, and I don't think enough people are talking about that. Coming up next, where do the Kings fall as far as the odd makers are concerned for winning the Pacific Division? Let me tell you, there are a couple teams ahead that might upset you. Also, we have an update on Skip Bayless from the man himself. Turns out Marcellus Wiley, he was onto something. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
You never know what you might hear when listening to a Sacramento Kings game.
Out of Keegan, going for another triple. Man, is he feeling it. Keegan, can he do it? Yes, there's number 11, Keegan Murray. Keegan steps back. He just knocked down his 12th three-pointer, a Kings franchise record. He's got 45 points.
Never miss a moment of Sacramento Kings basketball with Sacktown Sports and the Sacktown Sports app.
Hi, this is Greg Papa. Disasters hit every day. If your home, business, or building has suffered from any disaster, SunPoint Public Adjusters can help. SunPoint prepares, presents, and negotiates your claim with the insurance company, working only for you, making sure you get everything you're entitled to and letting their focus be on what's most important, your family or your business. Call SunPoint today at 888-247-7865 or contact us at sunpoint.us. SunPoint Public Adjusters, the gold standard in public adjusting.
License number 2N14884.
Summers are for Sacramento River Cats baseball. Make your plans to head to the ballpark this week while the River Cats are at home. This week's promotions are highlighted by Marvel's Defenders of the Diamond Night on Saturday, August 3rd. Meet Iron Man and Spider-Man. Bid on limited edition Marvel jerseys benefiting the River Cats Foundation, and stick around postgame for a Marvel-themed fireworks spectacular. Fan costumes are highly encouraged. For more details and to purchase tickets, visit rivercats.com.
Live and local. Live and local.
This is Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Stiles filling in today and all of next week. The guys, a much needed break. Not vacationing together. I can confirm they are not vacationing together, but I also can confirm that they are going to enjoy themselves. Dave already enjoying himself. We're going to get into these Kings odds to win the Pacific Division, but we had a follow-up earlier in the show. Marcellus Wiley, who is now, we talk about who's a journalist, who's not a journalist. Marcellus Wiley, who, great story, played in the NFL, went to Columbia from, I believe it's Compton, down in L.A. Really good story there from Marcellus. He was with Fox for a decent amount of time. No longer with Fox, but still has people in the building. We weren't sure if this report that we got about 2 hours ago, maybe more than that, Marcellus Wiley comes out of nowhere and says, yeah, today's Skip Bayless's last day. Okay, Skip Bayless's last day at FS1. And Marcellus went on to say it was very quiet. The whole thing, everything had gone on, but that's what people in the building are telling me. So it leaked a little bit earlier. Simone at 9:01, 17 minutes ago. Skip Bayless. Today was my last show on Undisputed. I'm leaving FS1. I've been planning to pursue other opportunities for several months. I had a great 8-year run with a lot of great people at Fox, but now I'm excited for what's to come. Stay tuned.
Can you believe it?
Skip. Golf should be what's to come. You had a good run, brother. It doesn't have to happen. It doesn't have to happen this way. Just you know what it reminds me of, Simone? Baseball players. And you know I love my baseball. And if you're new to listening to Alan Stiles, you can catch me on Stiles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. But you can catch me on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross today and the rest of the week. I love my baseball, and I hate how it ends for baseball players. Baseball players never know when to quit. You always see somebody pop up on a minor league deal on some random team, and it's just end it. I mean, Jimmy Rollins at the end of his career, he's on the Giants training, spring trainings on the White Sox, the Dodgers. And I love Jimmy, Bay Area guy, right? All these guys, Andrew McCutchen, he actually hasn't been playing too bad, but there's some guys now that just continue to float around. I don't know what it is about baseball. Just let it go.
What are we doing?
Thank you.
What are we doing?
Just let it go. Just let it go. And I get it. You always think you got something left in the tank, but just let it go, man. Like Frozen. Just let it go. Skip Bayless.
Let it go.
You love your wife, Ernestine. Just let it go, man. What else do you have to prove? What else do you have to prove at this point?
Oh, it's going somewhere.
No,
the check
well,
is
I'm
coming,
not going.
And
That's a good
going.
point. ESPN came out and said, yeah, we're good. And nobody even, it was just, is he going to go back to ESPN? ESPN came out when it first came out and said, we're good. All right. And then you have, I guess there are, you're right, Simone. There's so many networks, and Bill Belichick just got something with Underdog.
Streaming services.
Somebody will pay him. You're right. Somebody will pay him.
He probably already has something aligned.
But what are we talking about now? He's 72. Is he trying to get to 80? Funny enough, he's almost trying to be the LeBron James of sports broadcasting. He's 72 years old. Skip, come on now. You don't have to do this anymore. All right. Let's get to the Kings and their odds to win the Pacific Division. And I'll tell you what right now, some people are not going to be happy about this. Here are the odds, Simone. Let's see where it gets fair, and let's see where it gets foul. The best odds to win the Pacific Division in 2025, they just got Tyus Jones, and our own Kyle Draper says with that acquisition of Tyus Jones on a minimum deal, the Phoenix Suns are now better than the Sacramento Kings, and the Phoenix Suns have the best odds to win the Pacific Division. I don't necessarily agree, but it's not terribly egregious to me. Jason Ross yesterday said that he really likes the Phoenix Suns, and he thinks that they could figure it out. So that's another team that the Kings will have to fight against, whereas we know Club Phoenix this past season, it was a bit of a mess. So Phoenix Suns have the best odds.
KD is looking real nice.
He's
over
putting a lot of
Paris,
miles. If I'm a Suns fan, KD, sit down.
No,
You
but
don't got nothing
yeah,
to prove.
exactly. I mean,
Nothing to prove.
he's enjoying himself. Let him be happy.
With the second best odds to win the Pacific Division, the Los Angeles Lakers coming in at plus 340 with the second best odds to win the Pacific Division. The third best odds, the Sacramento Kings plus 350 to win the division, followed by the Clippers. Everybody thinks the Clippers are going to fall off a cliff, plus 425, and the Warriors, abysmal, plus 450. So fairly close as I'm looking down here at the Southeast Division. with the Magic, the Wizards are plus 25,000. So nothing that ridiculous. But Simone, I know LeBron is LeBron, and I know Anthony Davis is balling out. But this again goes to that disrespect. I know the difference is only 10, but this again goes to that disrespect. Really? The Lakers better odds to win the division than the Kings when the Lakers did not, again, the Lakers did not beat the Sacramento Kings in the year of 2023-2024 in that season.
They were just missing a piece, and you know exactly what piece I'm talking about.
If you say Bronny, I'm turning off the mic.
Nothing like us.
Okay. They aren't. The Los Angeles Lakers, who could have been in on DeRozan, apparently they didn't even offer DeRozan. So they have better odds to win the Pacific Division than your Sacramento Kings. Only by 10. But yeah, even the Phoenix Suns, I mean, being 100 points better to win that division. People are high on the Phoenix Suns. Grayson Allen career year. You get Tyson. I love Tyson Jones. I don't know what it is in the water, what their pops or mom does. Maybe their pops played, but they just make point guards. They just make prototypical point guards with Trey Jones and Tyus Jones. So I know the Suns are going to be better if they can stay healthy. I'm not big on Bradley Beal. I just don't think he can stay healthy. And even when he stays healthy, I'm not really sure what it is that his bag is. People talk about Kyle Kuzma the way you should be talking about Bradley Beal. He's a chucker who just cares about money. That's what people say about Kyle Kuzma. That's how you should talk about Bradley Beal, because that's what he is to me. He's never won anything. Kyle Kuzma's won a championship. So I don't really get that comparison. Obviously, Devin Booker, anytime you score 70, Devin Booker, better odds. Both those guys, I believe, had better odds to win MVP than De'Aaron Fox. So it's funny how De'Aaron Fox gets affected by DeRozan as far as the MVP odds, but Kevin Durant and Devin Booker don't get affected. Maybe they figure one of those guys will probably be injured because that's what it's been the last couple seasons. But yeah, Suns, best odds. Lakers coming in second. The Kings after that. I don't get it, Simone. I just don't get it.
I know the schedule is going to be dropping soon. I don't have any insider information, but it typically comes out mid-August.
It's coming soon.
So it's coming soon. I wonder when those Suns Kings games are going to happen, and if they're going to start backloading it, and maybe they used to have that. It used to be more Kings Warriors at the end, those early April, and I wonder if it's going to flip, if it's going in favor of Phoenix.
That would be. I mean, look, there were some important games towards the end of the stretch, and the Kings couldn't get it done, but they were shorthanded. So we will see how that happens. Coming up next, we have. Oh, of course, it's a favorite. Celebrity birthdays. And we also get into the Madden Top 10 QBs. Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
The only place you'll find Malik Monk is Sacktown Sports.
Oh, my, what an athletic move that time by Malik Monk.
Hey, Sacramento, it's Malik Monk, and you're listening to the home of the Sacramento Kings, Sacktown Sports.
Your local sports leader.
Got a drain that's clogged up? Or maybe a toilet? Or a faucet that just won't quit leaking? Kenny and Jerry are here from Bell Brothers, and we want you to know that it does make a difference which plumber you call. At Bell Brothers, we respect your time by showing up when we say we'll be there. Our technicians are all background checked and drug tested, and will greet you with a smile. They're trained to do the job right the first time, and they carry over 1,000 parts on their trucks, so they won't have to order something and then come back later. They leave the work area cleaner than they found it, and your final bill will be the same as they quoted. That's why they call us the No Surprise Guys. So if you need a plumber, it does make a difference who you call. Call Bell Brothers. Our number is 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com. That's 916-444-1234, or find us online at thenosurpriseguys.com.
The No Surprise Guys, Bell Brothers.
I'm a very active person that likes to move around and go. The pain I was in was really excruciating. It was actually debilitating. I was basically heading towards a sedentary lifestyle. I had really tried everything, but I quickly lost hope with all of the things that we had tried, and that's what led me to the Good Feet store. And when I found the Good Feet system, it really just changed everything. It brought me back to life. I have my active lifestyle back.
The Good Feet store in Sacramento, Roseville, and Vacaville.
Hi, this is Frank LaRosa.
And this is Scott Marsh.
Join us weekly for Golf to Go right here on Sacktown Sports. We talk to all the local golf experts in the area and give you the latest on all the courses as well.
And not to mention all the golf legends and celebrities, along with all the latest in equipment and tournaments too.
Most importantly, we'll just have some fun talking about a game that's fun to play.
You know it's my favorite hour of the week, Frank.
Golf to Go, Thursdays at 6 p.m. and Saturdays at 8 a.m. right here on Sacktown Sports. Give us a listen. I think you'll enjoy it.
Live and local. Live and local. This is Sacktown Sports.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. We should be joined shortly for celebrity birthdays by Nate the Great, Chris Watkins, and Brendan Nunez as they get ready for their show. And word on the street is it's going to be a really good show. Don't want to ruin all of that for you. I will let them tease it as they are getting all set up here. Nate, you have the Madden top 10 QBs, and we should compare it to Chris and you and myself. Kirk Cousins at number 10.
Okay.
Brock Purdy at number 9.
Can I get the rankings? Brock's? Is there Brock's?
Kirk Cousins at 84.
Okay.
Brock Purdy at
86.
85. Jalen Hurts at 86. You have Justin Herbert at 87 at number 7. Tua at number 6 at 88. Dak Prescott at number 5 at 90. Josh Allen at number 4 at 92. Joe Burr at number 3 at 93. Lamar Jackson at 98 at number 2. And Mahomes at 99.
So that's a totally different list, though. Like the circumstances.
Yeah, it's the gameplay.
Yeah, that's like raw talent, basically, right? Like
that's an interesting way to look at it.
That's like how good they are just individually as a player.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a way different, circumstance.
Yeah, I would say so. As we invite in Nate and of course Chris Watkins and Brendan Nunez. How you guys doing? Happy Friday.
Yes, man. Happy Friday. No CJ Stroud. There's no CJ Stroud on
That's
there.
actually crazy.
What is going on with that? Especially for rookies. It's like I'm trying if I'm playing Madden, like I'm trying to get all the best young players out there. And the fact that CJ Stroud isn't in the top 10 is absolutely insane.
Dak at
that's
90.
Kind of nuts.
Dak at 90 is wild.
Dak at 90.
Is that that's insane too.
90 overall? Is he the fifth best quarterback?
Yeah,
and there's a lot of popularity in that too.
Okay.
There's going to be a lot of people playing with the Cowboys.
Who else isn't in? Because I didn't have I had Justin Herbert. I didn't have Jalen Hurts or Kirk Cousins. So who else do they have in there?
Is Aaron Rodgers not on this list?
No, he's not. He was number 5.
So the lowest is Kirk Cousins at an 83 overall.
84.
84.
Oh,
that just shows, like, with our whole list, we kept talking about, like, there's not a ton of talent at quarterback in the NFL. Or not like overwhelming long-term talent. If your number 10 quarterback in Madden is an 84, I think that's a problem. Right?
It's kind of crazy. Yeah. I mean, I know they try and do this thing now where they make it more competitive for like, league gaming and stuff like that. So they try and make more differential between the players to kind of keep the skill gap. But that's just absolutely insane. 2 at an 88 is nuts. That feels like it's only specifically
show me the money
can throw deep balls to Hill and Waddle and not be upset.
Which is it's always funny though, because it's Tua just has the 2 deep threats, but it's also Tua has a weak arm. So it's very confusing when people make those 2 arguments. But all these dudes are bagged out. I know that, but
not Brock.
Well, not yet. Not yet. He
I guess
will.
He's got the Toyota money.
Toyota money. He's going to make about
like 3
62, 65 million a year coming up soon. And, I'm not even going to, I don't even want to say it, Chris, but one of our guys, I won't say who, but one of the guys that's trying to make it and I shouldn't say trying to make it, but I will because I'm not saying his name. One of our favorite Twitter newsbreakers for the NFL.
Okay. Yeah.
He posted at 7:15, breaking with a space. I'm hearing that the Brandon Aiyuk extension deal with the Niners is resolved and done. Aiyuk will be staying with the Niners long term. I'm trying to get contract specifications. Keep trying, brother.
You can't put breaking.
Yesterday, somebody put done deal and then said, sorry, that's just what I'm hearing. I hate it.
It's a done
I
rumor.
hate it here.
Yeah, what is that? I don't even know what that is.
I hate it here.
How does one break something and then not actually report something?
That sounds like you're trying to be first.
That's right.
Yes, exactly.
I hear.
Don't put so
breaking
convenient.
You could say who'd you hear it from? I could have heard it from Brendan.
Right.
I'm hearing that Jeremy. I'm hearing Jeremy Grant to the Kings is done.
Yeah. For what?
I'm trying to get contract specifications.
Breaking though.
Done deal. Hashtag done deal. All right, Simone. Let's get to the celebrity birthdays. Birthdays are meant to be spent with family and friends, and nothing brings family and friends together better than crumble cookies.
All righty, gentlemen. Are you guys ready to play some celebrity birthdays? I don't know if I'm feeling that much enthusiasm.
Brendan,
in
have you
that
played
room.
celebrity birthdays?
I have, and it did not go well.
We still have Friday Funny games.
Okay. I'm just trying to get some people
Don't make me go
hyped.
first.
Oh wait, real quick, Chris. I know you weren't up yet, but
No,
did you see what I coined?
No.
The shot of Stiles espresso.
Oh, I saw that. That made me so mad.
Espresso.
I saw that this morning, and I'm
That's
like,
just
dude,
what you in
this
the
guy's
morning
gotta
is?
chill.
Well, each day, the shot of Stiles espresso, I just ran.
Oh, okay.
I just
I
go.
like it. I like
The
it.
shot of Stiles
It's in the
espresso.
6 a.m. hour.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And we played Sabrina Carpenter too. It was really impactful.
That's
really
right.
important. So
Espresso by Sabrina.
Oh,
Carpenter.
okay. I was like, okay, just for the fun of it. Okay,
Styles
that makes
espresso.
sense.
And we might keep it for the 10 o'clock hour, but that's in about 4 weeks, it feels
we
like.
have so many birthdays too.
Let's
It's like
do
you
it.
guys don't even want to celebrate. Under this Leo sun, August 2nd. Happy birthday to one Kevin Smith.
Oh.
Anyone know Kevin Smith?
Oh, yeah, I do. I watched the Kevin Smith video yesterday.
Okay, there you go. Well, how old is he?
I'll say 59.
Is this the Clerks guy?
Yes.
Okay.
Who?
The
Everyone.
Clerks. He made Clerks. He's
Jay
a
and
Canadian
Silent Bob. He's
filmmaker.
Silent Bob.
Silent Bob. Yeah,
there you
Jay
go.
and Silent
I
Bob.
had to tell Kyle that yesterday.
Yeah.
He loves Batman.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Why are you looking like you're lost? You don't know who this man is?
Of course I do.
Okay.
I'll say Kevin Smith is
Cries during the Flash.
56.
Yeah, Kevin Smith, he's probably 52.
And
We'll go 48.
Oh,
I think it was Nate Dogg closest, 54.
No, that was Styles.
That's me. I told you.
Oh, 52?
Oh, in the middle.
Dang it.
Big
Okay, I
Kevin
got to
Smith.
write this down. I got to be a better Jason Ross.
Well, it's
around
because
here.
there's 4.
I know, exactly. It's a
to
lot.
keep track of.
Moving along, Miss Brat herself, Charlie XCX. Anyone want to guess how old that
Can I be honest?
lady
I've
is?
seen this like trending all over. I have no idea.
I'll
what's
say
going
31.
I saw the River Cats
I was
gave
gonna
out
go
shirts the other
33.
day.
Didn't she just drop she just dropped a song with Billie Eilish for New Music Friday? I have no clue how old she is.
Yes.
She's either way older or way younger than I
Sorry,
think.
really quickly. Let me do this so I get this right. 31 for Nate. What did you say?
33.
33?
Someone working hard.
Mm-hmm.
I would never.
I'll say 27.
Yeah,
No idea.
all these artists are younger than you think these
What do you
days.
got, Steph?
I'm gonna say 28.
We have a pretty close answer with Nate Dogg, I believe, again, 32. She's turning.
okay,
to.
so
I've actually
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah,
never heard
yeah,
her Smith.
yeah.
so.
What about the big guy? Christoph Porzingis has a big birthday
All right, someone's
celebrating
gotta get
today.
this. Come
Yes,
on.
Well,
please, come on.
his
Sports.
knees are
now.
75.
Yeah.
That's right.
Oh, my goodness. Buddy, whoa.
I'll say it's 32.
That might be spot on.
It's definitely not.
I'm going to go 29, which might be low.
Simone kind of spoiled it. She said big birthday. He's 30.
Oh.
Fair enough.
Did she say big birthday
She
or
sure
big
did.
guy?
She sure
Well,
did.
31 in a lot of cultures is really when you
You're just a
become.
liar today. You're just
We
lying.
do
Clay Thompson's
have
number
a
for a
correct.
reason.
We do have a correct answer.
Okay.
Gentlemen. Belongs to Brendan today.
Oh,
with
my
29.
Wow.
It's a big birthday.
Wow, big birthday. Last your 30s or your 20s.
Let's wrap up. Oh, no, now we have to do 2 because this is going to be weird.
Ooh.
The Veep half of the presidential Republican ticket, JD Vance, has a big birthday today. Anyone want to guess? Or,
He said, I think.
Yeah.
He said, it's my birthday on Friday, I think.
I think 50.
Celebrating.
going to say 50.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Am I going here? 46.
We're very political.
I think
I'm that's shot in the dark.
It's that 47 to 52 range. So I'm going to say.
Everyone's got to be informed, all right?
Who said 49? Anyone said 49?
No.
You just
aren't politicians older though?
He's incredibly young.
49.
And I just need.
I'm going to say 42.
42.
Yeah, he's super young.
We have no correct answers. Watkins, you are the closest at 42, and he is turning 40 today.
There you go. See, I told you.
Whoa.
And on a happy note here, happy heavenly birthday to the eternally eloquent James Baldwin. Are you guys familiar with James
super
Baldwin's
unfamiliar.
work?
Yes. I don't know if I'm going to get this, but yes.
I've started every time.
Civil rights activist, might give you some context. Heavenly birthday. No longer with us. Okay.
Yes.
We're all in. Some guesses would be great.
Related to Alec.
No.
Because that's what
You
I
are
thought he was one of the Baldwin brothers.
wrong for that.
I literally thought that.
Yeah. That was my
I mean, I'll just go random here, like 72.
Yeah, I'm
said
saying
heavenly.
81.
68.
I'll say 84, Randy Moss.
All of you guys are really off. It's 100. So.
Okay. All right. Well,
feels
that's
like
emphasis on the heavenly.
Yeah.
Coming up next, we keep the good vibes going
Nate
on
would've
the
got that.
Carmichael Dave, Jason Ross show with Alan Styles filling in with some Friday fun and games. We'll be right back.
Subscribe to Sacktown Sports on YouTube and watch the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Stiles and Watkins, and the Drive Guys. Live Monday through Friday from 6 to 6. Plus view archive shows and exclusive content.
Subscribe at youtube.com/Sacktown Sports.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. Basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/credit card.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon, always building.
Sacramento, Dierks Bentley's coming to town. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo for Country in the Park 2. And he's bringing some friends. Parmalee, Tyler Rich, Dasha, Kelsey Hart, and more. Saturday, September 28th at Hart Health Park at Cal Expo. Get your tickets today before they're sold out at CITPFest.com. Brought to you by The Scoundrel Red Wine, Naturewood Home Furnishings, and Raising Cane's Chicken Fingers.
Hey, what's up, Sacramento? It's Kyle Draper. Turn up the cleanliness at your restaurant, healthcare, or industrial business with Alsco Uniforms, the official sponsor of the Sacramento Kings Mop Crew. We've got you covered with crisp uniforms, hygienically clean linens, floor mats, and of course, mops delivered weekly. But that's not all. Alsco Uniforms also offers weekly services for first aid and restroom supplies. Discover why it pays to keep clean with Alsco Uniforms. Just go to alsco.com to learn more. Again, that's ALSCO.com.
We have finally made it to Friday
Let's end your week the right way with Friday Fun and Games.
on the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross.
Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross, Alan Styles filling in, not just today, but all of next week. Chris Watkins holding it down. Styles and Watkins, 10 a.m., 2 p.m. today, and all of next week. Brendan filling in today. Before we get into Friday Fun and Games, Simone cooked that up for us. Simone doing a great job as always. Nate going to do a great job for the guys producing the show right after this. Guys, what is on the show today before we get into these Friday Fun and Games?
Yeah, I mean, Brennan's coming in hot. I can't lie. He came in with a fury, and he booked us some guests, man, that are really, really exciting. For the first time since I can remember, it's probably been since they left us all that time ago. Deuce and Morgan will be joining us at 11:30. We will also have the newest Sacramento King joining us at 10:30.
Wow.
One Boogie Ellis joins us at 10:30. So really excited to talk.
11 for Deuce and Mo.
11. I'm sorry, I said 11:30. 11 for Deuce and Mo. Thank you, Brendan. He's already correcting me. We're also you debuted your shot of Alan Espresso.
Yes,
Is that what it was? Or Style Espresso? I'm sorry. We're going to be debuting Rate the Rumor, where I pretty much throw King's rumors at Brendan, and we're going to see what kind of gets the blood flowing a little bit for him, and which rumors he's liking the most. And at some point here, there's an article from Hoops Hype where they rank the top point guards in the NBA, and we're going to discuss where De'Aaron Fox falls. We're also, Alan, I know you saw this because I'm pretty sure you sent it to me. Golden One Center, the worst arena in the NBA.
That Brooks Gate thing, though, who are they? They don't have a website. Nope. Okay. They said they compiled that between TripAdvisor, Yelp, Google, and Facebook.
Yeah.
But it doesn't matter because they're viral. That's all that matters these days.
They sound like they sell furniture.
Honestly.
Brooks Gate? Yeah.
Honestly. So for the rumor one, are they real rumors?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. I don't deal in fake rumors.
There you go. Yeah. Well, I guess a rumor could be fake. Who would know? Especially these days. All right. Well, sounds like a great show coming up. Boogie Alice gracing these airwaves. Deuce and Mo gracing these airwaves. Okay, Simone, let's get into some Friday fun and games.
Oh, everyone's going to be participating too in that room, right?
Yes.
Everyone? Yes.
Oh,
excellent. Yes. I thought that we could just do something standard, something pretty practical. I know that we are, of course, filling in for all of our lovely regular morning show folks. And I think that this game is just called the Zachariah game.
Oh my
okay.
You guys are familiar with that.
2 weeks in a row?
Yeah.
I wasn't here last week,
fine.
so I don't want to hear it.
Hey,
we're going
trying
with
here.
the standard.
That's right.
What
By the way,
practicing.
you two haven't seen it yet. When I pulled up today, legitimately 5 cars in the parking lot.
Oh yeah, no, it's vacation around here. That's all right.
What's going on?
Someone's got to work.
Someone's
got to work.
Does anybody work anymore?
It's literally, I mean, there's 5 people in this area right now. I'm pretty sure it is literally just us here.
That's why they call us
crazy.
That's why they call us the Sacktown Sports Olympians.
That is true. That's very true.
Yeah,
we're here.
Often referred to as that.
Yeah. I got you.
Oh, I see.
Very
so with the Zachariah game, I think we'll start off with Styles and we'll go around the room. You guys correct me if I'm not saying the rules right or if you want to make any amendments, but you're going to have the 15-second timer and we do have a lot of categories to choose from. So do you guys want to choose or do you want me to assign you categories?
I think we normally get them assigned. If I'm not mistaken.
Assigned. Okay. Let's go with, for Mr. Alan Styles, let's go with ways to cook an egg.
Oh my goodness.
You have a number.
So we wager, Brendan.
Yeah.
Wager how many ways.
You have a number of like how many
3.
I see. Okay.
3.
I've done this
okay.
once.
All right. Chris, can you
Yeah, I'll say 4.
I think I could do 5.
Ooh.
I'm out.
God, okay, so it's
I
on
feel like
Brendan.
This is an Allen category.
Brendan for 5.
Mr. Food Network.
5 different ways to cook an egg.
Brendan, you said 5?
Yeah. Alan, can you do 6?
Brendan, you ready? I'm going to
Hold
start.
on. No, Alan's got to.
I think there are too many combined. I think we could find ourselves in an Olympic situation, right? So I'm going to leave Brendan with 5.
That's so easy, though. Are you guys sure?
Well, we'll see.
5?
I'll explain after. Let's see how it goes.
Okay.
That was good.
There you go.
Okay. Scrambled, boiled, over easy, sunny side up. And does an omelet count?
Yes, it counts. It counts. See, you did it. Right.
That's 5, right?
That's easy. That was
I've done 6. I could not have done.
That was my question.
There you go, Poach.
You guys let him get a.
That was my
licking,
question because you
Sunny
kind of
side up.
scramble it. An omelet.
omelet's like a
No,
poach.
poach
They're
is different than scrambled. Stop playing.
Yeah,
with
there's
me.
hurdles and there's the 100.
This is going to be incredible.
All right.
How about for Christopher?
Yes, ma'am.
Great job.
Or Chris?
Thanks.
Let's do Pokemon. How many Pokemon can you name? Let's just do the 150, the standard.
Yes,
the OGs.
All right.
I'll start it. I mean, I'll just start at 4.
15 seconds. 4. Okay.
I'll take 5.
10.
Ooh.
11.
Oh, I'm dropping.
I'll go 12.
Wow, you guys are maniacs.
13.
There's a lot.
Wow, I know there's
The
a lot.
problem
I
is the
don't-
15
we
seconds.
can do evolutions, right? Yeah,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
right. Actually, it is the
The problem
second.
is the 15
I wasn't.
Let's see
thinking
Nate
about
do it.
evolution.
Dang it. I thought you were going to take that. All right, so 13.
I thought you said 14.
You said 13.
10,
13.
11, 12, 13.
13.
All right. Let's go.
Pikachu, Mew, Mewtwo, Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, Venusaur, Blastoise, Squirtle, Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard.
Wow. It is
Missed
just
it
timing
out.
because
Yeah.
you were going. You were going.
Pidgey, Pidgeot, Golem.
There you go.
Yep.
You were there.
I
You could have got there.
You did
I was
not.
Gaslit.
Can we
You
do
coulda got
something
there.
that doesn't have these branches?
Oh, so the evolutions don't count.
I'm not saying they
No,
don't
they
count.
do
I'm saying,
count.
can
Yeah,
we do
they
something?
absolutely
They're
do.
individual
I got
Pokemon.
you,
I'm
Big
not
Dog.
saying they
You
don't
didn't
count.
get it.
I'm
I
saying
got you.
No.
pure.
For me, it was I did one like stop and that ruined the whole thing.
Snorlax,
That was right there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Diglett,
Great job,
Whoa.
Nate. Great job,
Jigglypuff,
Nate.
yeah,
Wigglytuff.
legendary birds.
Let's move this along.
Barb-
Then it
I
sounds
almost
like
said Barbados.
Barbados.
What was that?
Style Espresso.
No,
What's the
Bubbles.
dragon one? Gyarados.
Gyarados.
I used to
Not
rename my
Barbados,
Pokemon
right?
though, so it messes with me a little
Yeah.
bit.
Okay,
Yeah.
Brendan, let's assign you national parks. How many would you like to start off with? Everyone
God.
cringed at that.
2.
Pass.
2 national parks.
I'm telling you, yeah.
Pass.
Nate's passing
We
on
got
2.
15 seconds for 2. You guys can do
3.
it.
I've only been to 1, I think.
I've been to 3. I just don't think I can do 4. I'll bow out. I just don't think I can do 4.
No.
No, I'm good. I'm not doing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
take it, Alan.
Okay,
Alright.
so it's Alan for 3
Nature
or is it for
boy.
4? 4.
Yeah.
Woo.
You need 4 national parks.
It's
No, no,
3.
no,
It's
it's
3.
Oh
Yeah,
my
yeah.
goodness, you guys, light work. Okay, starting.
What is Golden Gate Park one?
No, keep going. Though. Keep going.
Yosemite, a Hoover Dam.
No.
Yes. Yes.
No. Almost out
Off
of
the top
time.
of my head, a San Diego Zoo.
Yellowstone.
Yellowstone.
Death
That's right.
Valley.
That was outstanding. Thank you.
Wow.
That, yeah.
Hoover Dam is a park.
There
San
is
Diego
Hoover
Zoo
Dam.
is
No, the San Diego Zoo is the best one.
crazy.
Yeah.
San Diego Park,
San Diego Zoo, the San Francisco
Francisco
Zoo.
Zoo.
Naturally.
Golden Gate.
And then you sleep on
Dolores.
Sacramento Zoo. I mean,
Yeah.
That's right.
All right,
It's like
let's
the park by my
go.
house.
Yeah.
That's right.
Let's go with a classic. I just know this is going to be right for you. Nate.
Joshua Tree,
Yeah, there you go.
I think that
Redwoods.
actually is one.
Oh,
yeah.
I think they're getting
Mount
close.
Diablo.
It's over.
How about Taco Bell menu items?
Oh,
Nate
Oh,
Dogg?
now
How many?
see now.
We
I'll do
cooking?
4.
We
I'll
cooking?
start at 4. Start the bid at 4.
See now. 5.
5 layer burrito.
I'll say 6.
I think I'm passing. I eat the same like 3 things every time.
That's
I
what
go,
I'm
so,
getting
Fair,
concerned
fair, fair.
about.
Yeah.
7. Wait, it was at 6.
It was
right?
at 6.
7.
Yeah.
8.
Oh my gosh, no, I can't.
You can.
No, because it's all the same things in different
Yeah.
packages.
This man's just trying to up the number. He doesn't want to do it.
I pass.
Okay.
Okay, so it's you.
You got it.
And your
I
final
love
number was
8.
8. Okay, here we go.
Crunchwrap Supreme,
Yeah.
Mexican pizza,
Yeah.
chalupa, gordita, soft taco, 5-layer bean burrito,
Dude, you're
burrito
killing it.
supreme. Those twisties.
Yes.
Right.
That counts.
Well, that's 8.
That is 8.
Yeah,
That
you're
is
good.
8.
You're
Yeah.
good.
Oh, yeah.
Chicken soft taco.
Yeah.
Chicken hard taco.
Soft taco.
Steak burrito.
Oh my
I
God!
mean,
Were there any favorites that he left off that you guys have to
Just the
enjoy?
standard bean and cheese.
You said
Yeah.
Crunchwrap, right?
Yeah, I led with
Crunchwrap.
Crunchwrap.
There's
Yeah,
that
led
new
with the
Cheez It
Crunchwrap,
thing.
yeah. Oh, yeah,
Oh,
the new Cheez It.
does Dorito Locos Taco count?
Sure.
As separate?
Yeah. And
It's all
Cool
great
Ranch.
stuff.
You're like, yeah, the
Doritos.
Blue Ranch one.
Yeah.
Would Baja Blast count?
That's
as
what I
its
was
own
wondering
thing?
too.
I was
Yeah.
getting there.
If that
but
was
I
going to
there
get
at
set,
8.
that would have been a controversy for the agents on this show.
The Cinnabon
Agents.
Delights.
Yes.
Cinnabon
those are-
Delights.
those
Those are pretty
interesting.
solid.
Oh, fantastic stuff.
Yeah.
Those are
Let's
interesting.
go with.
It's an interesting experience eating those.
I
Kind of
think
catches you
we're
off guard the
on-
first time you eat it.
I
I'm
know
like,
what you're saying.
whoa.
We're definitely on Styles, right?
Yes.
Let's try and get a few more in before we wrap up
We
here.
got time.
Alan Styles, how many Bravo shows can you list?
I'm not a Bravo guy. So
That's shocking to me.
1.
You got one.
That was what I was going to go with. I think I can do 2.
I'm skipping. I could not name one.
Skip couldn't either.
You guys,
I know you're going to say
so
no.
sad.
I can.
I don't want. I've gone twice
You
already.
have gone twice. So
I'm
mine's
done.
at 2.
Yes.
So I better
For
hope
15
that these
seconds.
2 are correct.
No, because you can keep guessing.
Yes,
You're not
for
getting
sure.
a
Like me
strikeout.
when I got it finally with Joshua Tree. And
Yes, exactly.
San
And
Diego
the
Zoo.
zoo.
Yeah,
Is Doug Christie's wife's show on?
No, that's
nope.
VH1.
See, that's the problem.
Yep.
Yes,
It starts getting tricky.
that's what I'm afraid of.
Good
Okay.
luck, man.
Okay.
What do you
Alright.
got? So it's 2, 3.
2. I'm
I'm
at
putting
2.
you at
But I'll
3.
do 3. Why
I'm
not?
putting you
We'll
at
see if I can hit a 3.
All right, here we go.
Okay, is below deck one?
Yes.
Is Vanderpump Rules one?
Yes.
Okay, see, those were my 2. Bravo. I got to think of what's on, like Real Housewives,
Yeah.
right? All of
I
them.
need
Real
a city. I need a
LA,
city.
Salt Lake City,
Whoa, Alan,
New
get
York.
Like,
Come on.
Right now he did 12.
Yeah, exactly.
Get him out. Hot
You hit
Lana.
3. Wow.
It's so bad.
Hot Lana.
Oh my goodness. I think we have time for exactly
Oh my
one more.
goodness.
I think this one is going to be a little bit controversial. I heard that
Who
you
hasn't
guys have
done one
had
yet?
I think
debates.
everyone's
I
done
think we
one.
all have.
Yeah.
Okay.
What about sides at a steakhouse? How many sides at a
This man's
steakhouse?
Captain
do you guys-
Steakhouse over here.
I'm thinking
This
sides
guy,
of the
this guy
building.
takes out loans to go to steakhouse.
Yeah,
Take
I
out
know the
loans.
This guy's in
steakhouses are
trouble.
Let's only
important
take out
around
loans
here.
when you buy lunch, Nate.
All right, so who's
I
off
think
here?
it's me.
Yep,
I think
yep,
it's
yep,
me.
yep.
We'll start with 4 sides.
Yeah, I guess I'll go 5.
I guess.
6.
7.
Let's
Yeah,
run
we
him
can do
up.
8. I think we can do
Let's
8.
run him up.
No, I'm good.
Let's do it quick.
9.
Oh,
10.
let's run him up. All right, no, I'm good. 10.
No, 10's a lot.
We can maybe tag team it.
Quick. Who's doing it?
Go.
Let's go.
Go. Cream spinach, cream corn, Brussels sprouts, mac and cheese, baked potato, mashed potato, fries,
Yeah.
asparagus,
Yep.
Onion ring.
string beans,
Yeah. Broccolini.
broccolini,
Why'd you
broccoli.
open with cream spinach?
Yeah, that was
That's
got us all off guard. That just
Yeah.
says steakhouse.
Yum.
Rolls. You know.
That just says
I love a good
steakhouse. to me.
steakhouse roll.
All right.
Red wine would count. Okay.
Well, you know what's coming
No.
up. A heck of a
No.
show on a Fuego Friday for Stiles and Watkins, but it is Watkins and Nunez today with Nate behind the glass. Boogie Ellis, Deuce and Mo, the return of Deuce and Mo. Thank you for listening to the Carmichael Dave Show with Jason Ross. Enjoy the rest of your day.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go. I didn't think I'd survive. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there.
Covenant House helped me break the cycle of homelessness in my family. They gave me the love that I needed.
Over 2,000 young people will sleep safely in a Covenant House bed tonight. When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, they can overcome heartbreaking